Hey everyone, how are y'all? White Little Baby, how are you? Hey Obsessed for Disneyland, how are you? No way, how are you tonight? Princess Megan, you doing okay tonight? Hey Elliot, how are you? Hey Dub, how are you tonight? Hey JJ. Hey Cujo. Thank you, Summer. Okay, see you later. How are you? Hey Cammy. What the heck is up with Nightbot? Oh, he ain't working for some reason, White Little Baby. Hey Gina Marie, how are you? What the heck? Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. All right. Email's pinned at the top of the chat if anyone needs to send anything to me. But he's always late for work. Hey Jolie, how are you? So did my first comment, the sarcastic one, get deleted? No, Elliot, I seen it up here. When you said something about the real news, it's still on there. All right. Just a second. I'm trying to exit a few things off on my screen that I don't need. All right. Hey Jan, how are you? So did y'all watch the arraignment today? Okay, so no way did. I don't like how he didn't say guilty. I don't either, K-Braz. Hey Iris, how are you? Gina Marie. Hey King Scarlet, how are you? Literally all he said was yes. That's all he really said. Hey HT, how are you? I mean, I for sure thought that he was gonna get up and like enter his own plea, and he didn't even do that. P Fox, how are you? Hey Reba, how are you? Hey Tonka, how are you? Oh, HT, that sounds like fun. They're saying that he was silent to mess with our heads and blow up the internet up. 1-2, how are you? Hey Lori and CJ. Tonka, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Tammy C, how are you? Feel the reason why he didn't plead was because he is hoping for a mistrial. I've heard several different things about him standing silent. I've heard one thing about that he's hoping to maybe work out a plea deal with the state, which I really don't see the state giving him a plea deal. Um, I've also heard that he stood silent because he's going against the actions against him. Like there's some people are thinking that it's a control thing, like he's like the judge can't make him enter a plea. Hey Marissa, how are you? Let's see. Tonka said, I think he did it because it's his way of saying, I'm not going to play your games. That whole control issue, Tonka. Some people think that it's not a control issue. Some people think it was just a legal move that he could do. Hey, Gigi, how are you? Gigi, I noticed that too. He looked like he was agitated when he was sitting there. He was, you could clearly tell he didn't want to be there. He was fidgety. Like he couldn't, like he wasn't moving around a whole lot, but more than what he usually does. Hey, Drew, how are you? BK wasn't agitated. He was just hungry for topping. Just Ann, how are you? See, I thought he was calm under the circumstance. He seemed different. Now, I did notice after the arraignment was over and he left out and then they came back into the court, there was a camera that was pulled up on the Zoom call that was pointing at him, and I noticed that he looked at that camera a few times. And during that part of the court proceedings, he was completely still. He wasn't. He didn't seem agitated. He didn't. He didn't seem as intense, like as tense as what he did when he was in for the arraignment. Brian, somebody said that it looked like I can't remember. It was one of the reporters that was in the courtroom. They said that it looked like he had on a bulletproof vest. Drew, I'm wondering that too. I've always said from the beginning that I think that there was someone else involved. Let's see. Let's see. I'm sorry, but I got a kick out of when he rolled his eyes and shook his head when they couldn't figure the zoom out. I didn't even. I wasn't paying attention to him at that time. P. Fox. Hey, Mom Bear, how are you? So annoyed that the so-called press were pretending to invoke the First Amendment rights on principle when it's really about exploitation, clicks, and money. I was kind of irritated though during the arraignment when the judge couldn't get the victims' names correct. Eddie, how are you? No way, that's what I thought too. Eddie, I'm doing good, thank you. Wait, I heard they arrested that Justin Olson again today. Uh, wait, P Fox, who is Justin Olson? Hey, Jessica Lynn, how are you? The judge, John Judge. Drew, that's why I just call him. I just say the judge. It's too much to say judge, judge. And he did. He butchered the names. And I know he said that it was hard. He might have been emotional. Um, it just, in my opinion, it seems like he would have went over this paperwork before he got on the bench and would have he would have had their names down. He would have known how to pronounce them correctly. Hey Riddler, how are you? Vapor, how are you? And it was almost like he was rushing through the paperwork trying to get through it instead of taking his time with it, because I think if he would have taken his time, he would have realized that that didn't say Kayla, it said Kaylee. Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. Did the right thing by entering the guilty plea motions will be filed. Yeah, ours, because Bryan stood silent, then the judge had to enter. He had to enter the not guilty. But I don't understand if Bryan is he if he thinks that he's not guilty or he wants people to believe that he's not guilty. Why didn't he just stand up and say it on his own? He would have screwed my name to hell back. I mean, he got Kaylee's last name correct. Like he said Gonzalez right, but he got the first name wrong. And then Xana, he kept calling her Zana, but he got Kernodle right. And it was like once he got to Xana's name that he was making sure that he was pronouncing Kernodle right. And I don't know if maybe he realized that he messed up on Kaylee's name, and so he wanted to make sure um, that he got the rest of them right. I don't know. Like I get you can mess up on people's names and the pronunciation of them. I still think he should have known how to pronounce them. Kelly M, how are you? Sometimes silence means more than screaming from the mountaintops. Well, and let me hold on. I got a screenshot of something here. Give me just a second. I can find it. Just talking about standing silent. Hold on. Let me crop this person's name out. Okay. Yeah, but I think he could have done a better job than what he did, honestly. Okay, so this is what, because so many people are talking about this whole standing still thing. So somebody had posted, this is some information I found out about why someone would stand mute instead of plead not guilty. Apparently, theoretically, if you plead not guilty, you may be agreeing that the procedures against you have been executed properly. Whereas if you stand mute or stand silent, you could later argue that some procedures were invalid. By standing mute, you avoid silently admitting to the correctness of the proceedings against you until that point. You are then free to attack all the previous proceedings that may have been irregular. So that's basically what it means to stand silent or stand mute, however you want to say it. Ann Taylor stood up and said that they would be standing silent when the judge asked if her client was ready um, to enter a plea. And Marissa, that is true. BTK stood silent. And then later on, he come out and he pled guilty and gave the whole confession to what he had done. Um, Lori Vallow stood silent. And I was wondering if maybe Ann Taylor might have taken a play out of the Lori Vallow trial playbook, because Lori stood silent. Then she wanted the speedy trial. The death penalty was on the table, but because the state didn't get all of the stuff turned over to the defense in time, the defense goes into court and wants the death penalty taken off the table. And I wonder if that is what Ann Taylor is trying to do. I wonder if she's going to try to play that same game. I don't believe Bryan's guilty, at least not alone. I think they have the right guy, Tonka. I don't know why I keep just thinking that there is someone else involved in it. I'll see Little Laura will later waive the right to a speedy trial. Well, she wanted it out as far as she could get the trial scheduled without it going past the 6 months, and they ended up scheduling it for, was it 8:30 October the 2nd? Please slow the chat. Okay, give me just 1 second. Good. Okay. All right, White Widow Baby, if you need it any slower, just let me know. All right. Oh, I gotta move stuff around here real quick. Okay, so is there anybody in here that has not seen the arraignment today? Let's see, you're right. There is two more involved. Tammy, you think there's two more people involved in this? Okay, if I were Ann Taylor, I'd be looking into the Carlos Dominguez and finding out if he was in Moscow, Idaho, the night of the murders and talking to him. Okay, I remember the Carlos Dominguez person being brought up, but where did I hear? I remember, I think it was you, Tonka, talking about that before. Hey, someone, how are you? Tammy, if you had to guess, like, do you have like these other two people that you think? Do you have uh, an idea of who they may be, or do you think it could be just two people that we haven't heard of? Hey, Kim, how are you? Um, Drew, are you asking who the Carlos person is? I remember hearing their name. I just don't remember where I heard it from. He was arrested in California for being an SK attendant. Oh, that's right, the UC Davis stuff that was going on. Okay, so Drew, that's the person that was arrested for the stabbings at UC Davis. And that is actually who, the night of that the murders happened in Moscow, that is who they were playing that night. I'm going to have to write that guy's name down again on these notes before I forget again. Let's see, is there Gonzalez case to piggyback in? Okay, so see you later. Uh, Hold on just a second because I had to write all these different. Okay, so the hearing for the Gonzalez family, as far as the non-dissemination order and all that, that is scheduled for 10:30 on June the 9th, and then the hearing for the Associated Press is going to be the same day at 1:30. Shannon Gray said that he wanted his motion hearing different than the Associated Press just because what he has to say is it's not going to take long. He just basically wants clarification on some stuff, and he felt that it would be better if they wasn't together. Okay, White Widow baby. Hey Vaughn, how are you? So they ended up scheduling the trial for October the 2nd at 8:30. I don't think it's going to happen that day. Honestly, I think it's gonna get pushed back. Vaughn, you are very welcome. Now I do have the arraignment. I have the video. If everybody has seen it, I won't worry about playing it. I'll jump into some other stuff. If y'all want me to play it, just let me know and I will. Hey Gregory, how are you? So yeah, put a 1 in the chat if y'all want to see the arraignment, and 2 if you don't. I mean, I can still play it for y'all. That's no problem. Uh, I thought about maybe going live earlier today with it, but then I got to thinking that most of y'all may have stuff to do during the day and all that, and this is my usual time. So I figured it would just be easier just to go live at my usual time and play it. All right, so Michelle, who's that girl? No way. King Scarlet says she can watch it again. Okay. Looked like BK was having trouble getting the peanut butter and jelly. I don't know what that was about. I don't know why he kept moving his mouth like that. It was very weird. I don't know if but I only noticed that he did it during the time that they was reading the charges off. I didn't notice it in any other time. Okay. So there is some people in here that want to hear it. So let me grab it. I do have some. There was some more court documents that came up, and Taylor's asking for more time. And for some stuff to do with the pretrial stuff. The judge has given her like 30 days from the day that she gets all the grand jury stuff. She's asking for like all the grand jury stuff. So we'll go through all of that after we watch the arraignment. Give me just a second and let me. And the arraignment's only 16 minutes long. See, he looked like my dogs when I get them peanut butter. I don't know what was up with him. I'd noticed that it was very weird. And I did notice also whenever he walked into the courtroom, he glanced into the gallery. Okay, Tina Marie. He glanced back at the gallery. I don't know if he noticed any of the victims' families being there or not. Um, Jaw clenching sounds like anxiety, but someone said he looked drugged. He just looked very agitated at some point, Kim. Like he didn't. The first couple times where he's just sitting in the courtroom when we saw him, he didn't act like that during the arraignment. But whenever they came back for the other court stuff, it was like he was completely different acting. He sit there. He didn't even hardly move. Heavy Metal Rehab, how are you? I don't know if he needs some Valiums or if he needs some red meat or what, but something was going on that didn't look right. Oh, hold on. Okay, I've seen something else. He needs a lot more than Valium. Okay, let me. Hold on, y'all. Gotta put my copyright thing up, and then let me get it pulled up here for y'all. Valerie, how are you? I would have been screaming not guilty. See, Tammy, that's what I was thinking. Like, why is this dude not jumping up and down in the court being like, I'm not guilty. Y'all got the wrong person. It wasn't me. Something. And when it's time for him to enter a plea, he just sits there and Taylor jumps up and is like, no, Your Honor, we're going to stand silent. And then at one point, she's standing up and she's talking about, I believe it was the scheduling stuff with the trial and everything, and he's like looking up at her, just with this creepy looking stare, just like the way he's looking at her. Maybe the meds kicked halfway through. I don't know. It was to me different than what we had seen him before. Okay, so I'm gonna play it. Just once I start playing it, give me a thumbs up in the chat so I know that y'all can hear it okay and everything. And because once I start it, I'm gonna mute out while it's playing. Like I said, it's like 16 minutes long. All rise. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good morning, everybody.
We have some people on Zoom here too, so. Hi. Okay, let's get up here, please. Thank you. Okay, we are now on the record in State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger, CR 29222803. Mr. Kohberger is in the courtroom along with his attorney, Ms. Taylor. I believe also part of the team is Jay Logston and Elisa Massa, who is participating by Zoom, I believe. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Lake County Prosecutor's Office, or Prosecuting Attorney. Ms. Jennings is of that office too, Lake County Prosecutor's Office. Also part of that team is Ingrid Beatty and Jeff Nye, both from the Idaho Attorney General's Office. I'm John Judge. If you don't know me, I'm the Lake County District Judge, and I'll be presiding over this case. So, Mr. Kohberger, you've already heard a lot of what I'm going to tell you, your initial appearance, but I'll repeat it to you because it's important, and I want to remind you of these issues. So I'll briefly cover your rights, the charges against you, and the maximum penalties if you are found guilty or if you plead guilty. So I'm going to start with the rights. You have a constitutional right to have an attorney represent you throughout these proceedings. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, then one is appointed at public expense. Ms. Taylor and her team have already been appointed, so that's taken care of. You have a right to a speedy and public jury trial where the state would be required to prove every element of each charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. At that trial, you would have the right to cross-examine the witnesses called against you. That means to see, hear, and question them, to call witnesses to testify for you, and if you choose to testify in your own defense. But you're not required to testify because you also have a right of silence. That right is protected under the Idaho and federal constitutions, so you can remain silent throughout these court proceedings, and that can't be held against you in any way. What you do need to remember, though, is that anything you do say other than to your lawyers could be used against you in a later court proceeding. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You also have a right to appeal any final decision of the court. In order to exercise that right, you need to file a notice of appeal within 42 days of that final decision, or that right is waived. Also, if you are not a United States citizen, any finding of guilt in this state could have adverse consequences to your legal status. You understand these rights?
Yes.
Any questions about the rights?
No.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kohberger. So let's go to the indictment. Do you have a copy of the indictment in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you see in the heading your name there. Is that your correctly spelled complete name?
Yes, it is.
Is that the correct birth date underneath your name?
Yes.
Are those the correct last four digits of your social security number?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to read you the charges on the indictment, starting with count 1, burglary. That is a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-1401 and 1403. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. Count 2, murder in the first degree. That is a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan from which she died. Count 3, murder in the first degree, a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kayla Gonsalves, a human being, by stabbing Kayla Gonsalves from which she died. Count 4, murder in the first degree. That's a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Alleging that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Zana Kernodle. Excuse me. This is hard. I'm sorry. Zana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing Zana Kernodle from which she died. Count 5, murder in the first degree. This is a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin from which he died. This is signed on May 16, 2023 by the presiding grand juror. So now I'm going to go to the maximum penalties of each charge, starting with count 1, burglary, minimum 1 year, in up to 10 years in imprisonment, fine of up to $50,000 or both fine and imprisonment, restitution for the victim's economic losses resulting from the crime. For counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, murder in the first degree, maximum penalties, life in prison, or the death penalty. Fine of up to $50,000 or both fine and life in prison or the death penalty. Restitution for the victim's economic losses resulting from the crime. Also, additional fine of up to $5,000 to be paid directly to the victim's families. If you are found guilty or plead guilty on each charge, and the maximum sentences are imposed consecutively, that means one right after the other, you could be facing 10 years in prison, followed by 4 consecutive life sentences or death penalties, fines of up to $200,000 and $20,000 to be paid directly to the families, with any restitution resulting from the crimes. Okay. Kohberger, do you understand the charge in count 1?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 2, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 3, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 4, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 5, murder in the first degree? Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, is Mr. Kohberger prepared to plead to these charges?
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
And because Mr. Kohberger is standing silent, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on each charge, counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. At this juncture, the state has 60 days to give notice of intention to seek the death penalty. And Mr. Kohberger has a constitutional and statutory right to a speedy trial. So let's start with you, Ms. Taylor, and then Mr. Thompson to discuss schedule.
Your Honor, would ask the court to set this trial at the very outside of the speedy trial, right? We're not prepared to do anything but ask the court to do that today.
Count it out, and that would be.
I have not counted it out, Your Honor, but I believe it would be about November 22nd is next. Maybe November, around that. So I'd ask the court to set it for an October trial date.
How long do you think it'll take to try to get this?
My best guess is it would take at least 4 weeks, maybe 6.
So you'd like me to set this for a 6-week trial?
At this point, I would, Your Honor.
To do so, I will have to get rid of some of the other 3 trials I have, but it's more critical. So, Mr. Thompson, what's your?
Those trial dates are workable for the state judge.
October 2nd, starting. 6 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Anything else we need to address today, Ms. Taylor?
Not with regard to the trial setting. No.
Anything else?
No.
Nothing to say at this time, Your Honor.
All right. So with that, by the way, I do want to let everybody know, if they don't already know this, that once the grand jury issued the indictment, the preliminary hearing scheduled to start on June 26th was no longer needed and was vacated. So some people are confused about that. So I thank counsel and the media and the public for your attention and respect. So we are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. Sally Mae, I don't know. I think they were trying to, I guess, maybe get Bryan's reactions or whatever with that camera, but they were kind of all over the place. Hey, Izzy, how are you? And Izzy, I think he did have shackles on. I think that's what somebody said that was in the courtroom. That he was shackled. Okay. So, scheduled for October the 2nd, 8:30 a.m. She was asking 4 to 6 weeks. I believe they ended up scheduling it out for 6 weeks uh, to give it enough time. Let's see, the court date is too close to the holiday, so in my opinion, it won't happen. Gregory, I don't think it's going to happen on October the 2nd either. I think something's going to end up coming up and it's going to get pushed back. Turquoise. Let's see, you could hear the shackles, yeah, when he walked. I think there's going to be probably a couple of setbacks, honestly. Give me a second. Let me get into, because there was a couple of court documents that have came out regarding all this. Hey, Glowbug, how are you? Teresa, I seen somebody else mention that too. I think it was Bryan that said that it looked like that whenever he was in the courtroom that it looked like he had on a bulletproof vest underneath his orange shirt. Okay, so let me get this first one pulled up. And then after I get through all this real quick, it shouldn't take me long because none of them are super, super long. I think the longest one is the whole grand jury stuff that she's asking for. I'm going to open the panel. And we can talk about this because, I don't know, I think Anne may have something up her sleeve. But before the trial date, there's a hearing on evidence for June 27th. I heard that from another podcast. Let's see. I know there's one June the 9th, which is for the Gonzalez family, and then that one is at 10:30, and then 1:30 the same day is for the AP. That has something to do with the gag order, whether I want to go over it yet. Thank you, K. Braz. There is a pre-trial motion. So that may be the one, Iris, that you're talking about on June the 27th. All right, so this here, let me zoom it in so y'all can see it a little bit better. Can everybody see that okay? Court date is at outlined with the judge. All right, so this is a motion requesting release of the grand jury material under the qualified protective order. So it says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, hereby moves the court for an order to allow for release of the grand jury materials to be disclosed pursuant to a qualified protective order as follows. The materials and any and all information contained therein shall be disclosed only to all legal counsel representing Bryan Kohberger and the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. Further, all persons on Bryan Kohberger's defense team and the Office of the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney shall observe the terms of the qualified protective order issued in conjunction with this qualified protective order. And then B says any expert witnesses, investigator, or consultant of Bryan Kohberger's defense team and the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney's Office for whom access to the material is necessary to perform a duty with respect to the case. C is any personnel of the court and court reporters retained to record and transcribe testimony in the case. The materials and any and all information contained therein shall be used only for the purpose of litigating this action. The production of the material shall not constitute a waiver of any privilege or other claim or right of withholding or confidentiality which Bryan Kohberger may have. So this was done Friday. There was a lot of stuff that was released Friday or has the Friday date on it, but for whatever reason, it got released today. It wasn't on the Idaho website until like late this afternoon. And it's just saying that who all they were, who all it was delivered to: the prosecuting attorney, Jeff Knight, Ingrid Beatty, and then Miss Massett, which is Bryan's other attorney. Okay, let's see. There's actually only 4 that came out today. And it gets an F in cursive writing. Seems like Idaho and Pennsylvania, more so in Pennsylvania, people that I've seen in these documents can't write very good. Like they have very sloppy handwriting. Okay, and if y'all haven't done so, could y'all please hit the thumbs up? All right, so this one is the motion to enlarge time to file pretrial motions in the memorandum in support. So comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, hereby moves the court for an order enlarging the time for the filing of the pretrial motions in the matter. So the procedural history is the indictment for the above entitled matter was filed on May the 16th of 2023. Counsel for the defendant filed its initial request for discovery on January the 10th of 2023. Counsel for the defendant filed a motion to make available the record of all proceedings of the grand jury on May the 19th of 2023. Based on the amount of time it will likely take to receive and review all grand jury materials for this matter, counsel will need additional time to file pretrial motions pursuant to the Idaho Criminal Rule 12. So the request is the counsel requests enlargement of time to file pretrial motions of at least 28 days from the receipt of the requested grand jury material and other discovery materials previously requested. So as of the time of the filing of the motion to enlarge time, counsel for the defendant has not received any of the grand jury materials. The review of such materials are crucial to the adequate preparation of the defendant's defense and will cause counsel for the defendant to likely file pretrial motions regarding various evidentiary issues, challenges to the grand jury, and possible motions for suppression of evidence. Counsel makes this request for the enlargement of time based on the belief that the defendant will be subject to prejudice, harmful error, and inadequate defense without the opportunity to review the grand jury materials prior to the filing of the grand jury pretrial motions. How's little Laura going to be able to be at the trial in October? Let's see, when this is in the middle of the NFL season, isn't she playing linebacker? I guess she's just going to have to make time for it. All right, so the conclusion is, based on the foregoing reasons, counsel requests enlargement of time to file the pretrial motions, and if the argument is required on the matter, the defendant requests 10 minutes time. That was also dated on May the 19th, which was this past Friday. And once again, it's sent to the prosecuting attorney, Jeff Knight, Ingrid Beatty, and Elisa Massett. All right. I got this one and one more after this one. This is just showing that the judge gave her 30 days after the day that she receives the grand jury materials to file any pre-trial motions in the case. Let's see. So He has given her the time that she has asked. Grab this last one right here. Good Lord, that's a little bit too big. Hold on, y'all. Okay. All right, so this is the last one. Hey, Dan, how are you? So this is the last one that they put out today. I figured there would have been more than this. Musical, how are you? No declaration for death penalty or musical. They didn't say today. They do have 60 days from today to let the defense team know if they're going to pursue the death penalty or not. So this is a motion to make available the record of all proceedings of the grand jury pursuant to the ICR 6.2. And this is where she asked for everything that has to do with the grand jury proceedings. So comes now Bryan C. Kohberger, by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, hereby moves the court for an order directing the clerk of counsel to unseal the record and make it available to allow for examination and to allow for the preparation of the transcriptions of all the proceedings conducted by the grand jury in the above entitled matter, except for the deliberation portion of the proceedings. Counsel specifically requests that the following be included in the record to be provided. 1, she wants a copy of any and all petitions for summoning a grand jury related to the case or these charges. 2, a copy of any and all order or orders assigning judge related to this case or these charges. 3, a copy of any and all order to summon jurors and notice of hearing. 4, a transcript of the initial seating of the grand jury, which ultimately heard evidence in the case against the defendant. The transcript should include, but is not limited to, a list of all prospective jury pool, administration of the oath of prospective grand jurors, the voir dire of the prospective grand jurors by the prosecutor and the court, and any questionnaires or instructions given to prospective grand jurors, as well as a list of all persons present. Number 5 is a verbatim transcript of the proceedings in which evidence against the defendant was presented to the grand jury, in addition to a record of testimony presented to the grand jury. That transcript should include a record of comments of the court and the prosecuting attorney, a deputy prosecuting attorneys to the grand jury, whether an opening statement or closing remarks or response to questions by the grand jury, and any questions submitted by the grand jury, whether oral or written, as well as a list of all persons present during the proceeding. Hey, honey, how are you? A copy of the jury instructions provided to the grand jurors who heard the evidence against the defendant. Number 7 says a list of the names of the grand jurors who heard the evidence against the defendant. Not sure why they want the names of the jurors. Sally, she's reaching for something. I mean, why would they give her and her defendant, who has got 4 first-degree murder charges on him right now, why would they give her the names of the jurors? Number 8 says a copy of any and all documents or records and a transcript of any and all proceedings containing information related to the following matters addressed in the relevant Idaho criminal rules provided below, if not otherwise already included in the record created above. So, letter A says the number of grand jurors in presence of a quorum per the Idaho criminal rules 6A. B is the summoning of the grand jury per the Idaho Criminal Rule 6B. The impaneling of the grand jury per the Idaho Criminal Rule 6C. The grand jury presiding juror oath and duties per the Idaho Criminal Rule 6D. The deputy presiding juror, oath and duties per the ICR 6E, the charge to the jury per ICR 6F, the excuse of any juror per ICR 6G, K-Braz, yes, she's getting $200 an hour. Well, it's the first 40 hours, $200 an hour goes to the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office, and then anything over the 40 hours in a week, that $200 an hour goes straight to her. Okay, so H is any evidence presented to the grand jury per the ICR 6.1B1, any inquiry by the prosecutor regarding whether there are any grounds for disqualification of any grand juror per the ICR 6.1B2, any list of elements of offenses provided by the prosecutor per the ICR 6.1B3, any evidence given by the prosecutor regarding the standard for probable cause or person's refusal to testify per the ICR 6.1B4. L says any grand jury subpoenas issued or served per the ICR 6.1B5. So not only is she wanting the name of all the jurors, she's also wanting all the subpoenas that was sent out to everybody. So any opening statements or jury instructions on applicable law provided by the prosecutor, whether oral or written, per ICR 6.1B6. Any indictment prepared by the prosecutor for consideration by the grand jury or at the request of the grand jury per ICR 6.1B7. All recorded proceedings in this case per ICR 6.2A. The presence of any and all persons at all times at the grand jury sessions in this case, and the permissions for such presence per the ICR 6.3A. Any subpoena and subpoena ducis tecum issued either by the presiding juror of the prosecutor in this case per the ICR 6.4A. Any questions asked of any witnesses per the ICR 6.4B. Any evidence for the defendant requested or ordered to be produced by the grand jury per the ICR 6.4C. Any returned indictment in this case per the ICR 6.3D. A list of the vote of the grand jurors for each charge per the ICR 6.5D and 6.5B. All documentation regarding a return of no bill pursuant to the ICR 6.5E. She is literally asking for everything. So W says any and all other information, documents, records, or transcripts regarding the grand jurors or the indictment subjecting them to the challenge per the ICR 6.6 and the term of service of the grand jury per the ICR 6.7. So then number 9 says a copy of any and all documents or records and a transcript of any and all proceedings containing matters related to the relevant Idaho statutory provisions contained in the Idaho Code 19-1002-15, 1101-15, 1201-07, 1306-08, 1401-18, and 1601, and any other relevant statutes. The motion is based on the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution, Article 1, Sections 8 and 13 of the Idaho Constitution, in enabling legislation enacting these guarantees. Furthermore, this motion is made on the grounds that the record of said proceedings is necessary for counsel for the defendant to prepare a defense in this matter. Counsel for the defendant further moves the court to order that the costs necessary for the preparation and completion of the record be paid at county expense and at no expenses to the defense. This request is made on the grounds that the defendant was determined to be indigent and his representation is provided by the Office of the Public Defender of Kootenai County. Leave to present testimony and oral agreement is hereby requested if the court is not otherwise inclined to grant this motion. Requested hearing time is 10 minutes. Hey, one juror, how are you? So this was also dated on May the 19th, and signs it and sends it to the same people. Max, how are you? Max, that's a good question. How can someone stab 4 people, perhaps 50 to 100 times, and not suffer one cut? I mean, if y'all remember, it was said that he went to the doctor not long after the murders happened, and allegedly, they didn't notice anything. They were bragging on his mannerisms, how nice he was, and all this and that. All right, so this is everything that Ann Taylor is asking for regarding the grand jury. I don't think that they should give the jurors' names, especially in a case like this. But she's asking for them. Let's see, what did they do? A check. Sally, he probably had gloves on, but it seems like, because they said that one of the victims had defensive wounds. I'm wondering if there was, like, if that, and I've heard that it was Anna that she was able to get any of his DNA under her fingernails. So they give her everything. They have to, and they know it. She works in the public defender's office and knows how much manpower they have, and is trying to bog them down, hoping to trip them up. And see, that's what I was thinking when I was talking about earlier, that maybe she'd take a play out of the Lori Vallow trial playbook. Is she asking for all of this, knowing that they don't have a whole lot of time to get everything to her? And then whenever they don't get everything to her, and let's just say the death penalty is on the table, then she comes back and it's like, look, I don't have enough time because they didn't get it to me in a timely manner. We need to take the death penalty off the table because I don't have enough time to prepare for a death penalty case. She's for sure playing the game. I will give her that. Why would it be the same judge? How would it be allowed? Sally, I don't know. I don't know if the grand jury proceedings, if it makes a difference if it's with the same judge or not. I don't know. See, Ann Taylor asked for everything but a stool sample, but give it to one juror. I don't think she should get their names. I really don't. No one brings up Bryan's physical at his doctor's office. Perhaps he had a clean bill of health. That's coming in for the defense. Apparently, whenever he went to the doctor that time, like there wasn't anything wrong with him. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. Did he take off his clothes at the doctor? I don't know. No way. I don't know about that. I don't. It was something, I think, wasn't it to do with his school or something like that? The reason why he had to go to the doctor. My theory is he went there to kidnap or possibly essay, and it went off the rails. I don't know. I really would like to know what his motive was. Transcript I like learning about. Okay, maybe Maybe he showed up in an officer's uniform, stripped. No, I'm fixing to pull it up next. Wait, little baby. Oh, and I do want to show this real quick too. The Gonzalez family did put out a statement. Let me pull it up real quick so I can read it to y'all. Okay, so this is from the Gonzalez family, and they said that the family would like to thank everyone for continuing to follow the case and keep the memories of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan alive. They are what is important, not the defendant. We are thankful that the Latah County District Attorney's Office finally took the case to a grand jury and come back with an indictment. At the same time, we are disappointed that the judicial process has not been more efficient in addressing the gag order. This is just the beginning of a long journey for all the families, and we are thankful for your continued support and coverage. So that was put out, I believe, after the arraignment today. Okay. Then there was another thing that I want to grab real quick. Okay, so y'all know that we have went over this PCA several different times. We've pulled it back up and went over little small things like we did last night when we had the panel going. And I never noticed this in the PCA until today. Oh, let me see if I can do it without it getting too blurry. Can everybody see what that says without me having to zoom it in anymore? Because, yeah, I do want y'all's thoughts on this. Hey, Altered Soul, how are you? Okay, so inside this red box, it says the combination, and this is on page 5 of the PCA if y'all have it handy and want to look back through it or whatever. But it said the combination of Dylan's statement to law enforcement, reviews of the forensic downloads of the records from BF and DM's phone, and the video of the suspect vehicle as described below leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 o'clock and 4:25. So what did they get off of Dylan and Bethany's phone that led them to believe that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25? P Fox, that's what me and White Widow Baby were talking about. Were they texting each other? Like, did you hear that? Or what was that sound? Or what's going on up there? Or whatever. And I can't believe that, like, I remember reading the whole thing to y'all, basically. And like I said, we've pulled it up and we've looked over this thing 1,000 times. Just talking about it and having people up on panel and everything else. And I never caught that. I just can't believe that. Turquoise, I don't understand how they're claiming that the car was seen for the last time going to the house at 4:04 and leaving at 4:20, but they're saying that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25. Why are they not closing that timeline in a little bit? Okay, so Honey says her theory. He was obsessed with one of the girls, built up a fantasy in his mind, and she ignored him. He became enraged, and that is why the attack was so vicious on the first two. That could be his motive. I just don't know if we'll ever know what the motive is. Which a lot of people would like to know. A lot of people are curious about that. Oh, hold on, y'all. Okay, Turquoise, no problem. See, they were texting each other. I'm thinking that something's going on there, Lori. Hey, Megan, how are you? Can you read? Yes, Marissa, I can read it again. So it says the combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Bethany and Dylan's phone, and video of a suspect vehicle as described below leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25. So, hey, Stevie, how are you? So, what could they have gotten off of their phones? Like, we know Dylan was awake. We already know that. It's in the PCA. She heard several different sounds, people talking, thought Kaylee was playing with her dog. Um, so that's nothing surprising. We already know about that. But what are they getting off of both of their phones to make the investigators believe that that's when they happened? Like, were they awake? Were they texting each other? Were they both asking each other, like, do you hear that? Like, what is it that they could have gotten that could have determined that timeline? Okay, however this goes, he will always remain silent about everything. I think so. I don't think he's going to speak. Unless he feels the need that he has to get up and testify. I think they were texting each other. BF was probably trying to calm DM down. Ended up, DM went down to BF's room. They may have thought that he was a burglar. But see, then that they should have called 911. Till someone can explain 8 hours to me sufficiently, I am inclined to think the roommates are involved. Tonka, that's what I don't understand because any way you think of it, like there's no explanation for the whole 8 hour gap from the time that she claims that she sees this man in the house until police were called. Hey, Crime Solver, how are you? Think Maddie was his desire. Sheath came off his belt in commission of a coronal desire, and Kaylee walked in and threw everything off from there. We probably will never know what actually happened in those rooms unless he pleads guilty and tells everything. And I just don't see that happening. Crime Solver, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. And Stevie, we're all doing good. Hope you are as well. Hey, Lady V, how are you? Notice BF isn't in the PCA. Her testimony doesn't fit Ellie's narrative. The only thing that I heard heavy metal that she was in the PCA was about this, about her phone, and about her claiming that she saw Ethan and Xana at the Sigma Chi house at 1:45. That's really the only thing. And if they were texting back and forth and was asking if they heard, if the other one heard this or what's going on or whatever, what is, why put Dylan stuff in there and not put anything as far as Bethany and hearing it? Okay, let's see. Look who's families that don't talk. And Turquoise, I had actually mentioned that last night. Really haven't heard Xana's dad talk. Ethan's family's talked, but I haven't heard them say anything about the court part of it. It's only been about sharing memories of Ethan and with their family and stuff like that. So I don't know if that's just, they feel more comfortable not talking about it, which I understand. But I don't think we've heard Xana's dad talk at all, other than he claimed that Xana had talked to him at midnight that night, and she said that um, she had told him that she was at home with her boyfriend watching movies. Okay, if you don't think that the stat should list the names of the grand jurors, what about other demographics like age, possibly date of birth, gender? I mean, honestly, Elliot, I don't think that the grand jurors, any of their information should be given out. I mean, we're talking about a man who's sitting there on 4 counts of first degree murder. Hold on just a second. I need to answer a message back. Let's see. Freya, did I say hi to you a minute ago? I remember seeing you in the chat, but I can't remember if I said hi. So you haven't seen very much at all from Xana's family. No, just I mean, I think the most that we've seen was her mom. And it could be because her dad lives so far away. I don't know. We've heard a lot from the Gonzalez family. We've heard a lot from uh, Maddie's dad. I don't think I've seen anything. Maybe once I've seen about where Maddie's mom has spoke, and it could just be, some people don't feel comfortable talking on camera, and that could be a lot of it too. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link. Anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. Is he going to order hits on him? Alter, so I mean, who knows what someone that is being accused of something like this. Hey, Rich, how are you? It. You never know. I like the whole grand jury thing is supposed to be done in secrecy, and like, why not just keep the jurors secret? Like, I can understand if they want the other information that was presented to the grand jury, but what is the point of needing their names? Let's see, they really need to make official statements now that it is a grand jury trial and that the only way we will see the truth. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna make any statements though, Rich. I really don't. I don't. Okay, so you're referring to Bill, Bethany and Dylan. I don't think they're going to either. I don't think anybody, as far as this case is concerned, except for maybe the victims' families. Other than that, I don't think anybody else is. I think if I committed this type of crime and I got away from the charges, I sure as hell wouldn't be committing more crimes. But you know how some people are, though, Tonka. You know how people, like, there's just crazy, twisted people out there that hold grudges and want to get back at people and all that. Okay, so Jen, you're saying if Papa Rogers is BK, I think Maddie was a target. How do you see it that way? I just want to understand your train of thought on that. Hey Norman, how are you? Would it be crazy if U.S. Marshals came into the courtroom and started arresting the dirty cops in the case in October? Yeah, that would be crazy. Jennifer Nobles, how are you? Scarlett just Brian, I don't think you're nuts. Hey Betty Joe, how are you? Okay, so all grand juries are always secret. Everything about grand juries are secret, with the exception of that doofus Trump, which just tells me that was fake. See, Mom Bear, that's what I'm saying. Like, why give out the jurors' names? I mean, I get why she's probably asking for it to see if they'll give it to her, but go back and read my last comment. Then the last part. What about the demographics? Okay, Elliot, give me just a second. And let me see if I can find your last one. Okay, so I'm thinking that there's a good possibility many of those jurors knew each other, and if so, could be pressured by sorority or school leadership, and prosecution is aware of this. Yeah, I mean, I get that as far as like the demographics and them all living in the same county and all that. The defense won't ever get their names. That's not how. Betty Joe, I hope they don't. I really don't. Just, White, what up, baby? Do you need me to slow this down anymore? Doesn't matter. You cannot mess around. Mom Bear, aren't you an attorney or have experience in the legal field? So Papa Rogers' account been silent. Loaded Hot, I believe the original Papa Rogers account has been silent. There was one that popped up a few weeks ago in one of the Facebook groups regarding the Idaho 4 murders and all that, but I don't think it was the real one. Okay, so Mom Bear, in your legal experience, do you think by Ann Taylor asking for all of this stuff regarding the grand jury, whether it's what was presented to them, verbatim transcripts, names of the jurors, all that, do you think that the judge will allow any of that to be turned over to them? Hey, Neo, how are you? Okay, B&D no more. They didn't call 911, so they need to tell the truth. Grand jurors are always secret, not going to happen. Okay. Thank you for that for that information, Mom Bear. Hold on just a second. Oh, I gotta move something around on my desk. Shit. So I don't want their names released either. I just want BK to be able to verify whether they're sorority members or not due to the propensity to be pressured to vote a certain way regardless of evidence. Yeah, I don't think it would be a wise move for all of their information to be released. I really don't. It seems like if it's a secret thing, it needs to stay secret. Um, it seems like that it could possibly put them in danger. Okay, there's a reason why it said for many years that an ADA can get a grand jury to indict a ham sandwich. One juror, where did I hear that from? There was like an attorney on some show the other day that I remember had made that statement about a grand jury can or will indict a ham sandwich. I forgot where I heard that from. All right, let me jump into my email real quick. Give me a second. I need to answer this message back. Okay, so I'm hoping that this doesn't turn into political football regarding the two. Let's see. Okay. Heck, y'all, I've got so much stuff in my email. Give me a sec. Trying to pull up another video that has Maddie's dad talking at the end of it about Maddie. But I got to get through the music, so give me just 1 second. Okay. Let's see, I still want to know who was driving the black truck on the cop's body cam on Banfield on Taylor Road. You know, Norman, we in one of my lives where we were watching that body cam footage, that black truck looks like the same truck. Hey, Ava, how are you? That was in a picture with Dylan. Like, we went back and forth, compared the two pictures, or the picture and the screenshot from the body cam footage, and it looks identical to the one that Dylan was standing by in the picture. So I don't know if it's, I don't think it was her truck. I don't know if it was maybe her boyfriend's truck or just a friend of hers or who that truck belonged to. See, even though they don't have to give it to them, they still need to address the matter in court. If they just ignore it, they may play into their game. I'm pretty sure, because she's only asking for 10 minutes. Like, if it does have to go to the courtroom, and it may very well do that, it may end up going to court because the judge may not want to give all that. I can see maybe some of it, but some of the stuff that she's asking for, in my personal opinion, is just a little bit too much. But at the same time, what the stuff that she has asked for, as far as the discoveries and stuff, whatever the state is supposed to be given to her, they need to give to her. So that in turn doesn't mess up the trial, mess up the whole case either. Jurors would definitely be put in danger, especially the Kentucky Cougars that have been riding him. See, that's what I'm saying, Elliot. It may not necessarily put him in danger from Bryan, especially if he is convicted and he's in prison, but there's a bunch of crazy people out there who think that Bryan is completely innocent and they're in love with him and blah, 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 and all this and that. All right, let me get this video pulled up real quick. Just a second. So they have given everything she's asked for. If you read what she's asked for, in the response, they gave it to her. Yeah, I seen where they said that they have given her everything. But I'm just saying, if there's anything that they haven't, they need to. Hey, Amethyst, how are you? Okay, so wait, why is this not? Hold on. All right, so this one's a little over 5 minutes. All right, so let's go ahead and get this started.
Man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students in a home near campus in November was back in a Latah County courtroom this morning. 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger was arraigned on 5 charges, 1 count of burglary and 4 first-degree murder charges in the deaths of Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves. When asked if he wanted to enter a plea, Kohberger chose to stay silent. Our Morgan Romero was in the court for that short hearing this morning. She is live now outside the Latah County Courthouse. Morgan, what does that mean that he stood silent?
So, Doug, during his short arraignment, about 15 minutes here at the Latah County Courthouse this morning, Kohberger's defense stood up and told the judge that Kohberger chose to stay silent. Effectively, the judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf, and the case moves forward and it goes to trial. We got here around 6:20 a.m. Pacific time. We lined up outside the courthouse with other local, regional, national, even international media. Some of the victims' family members were also here. They wanted to sit in on the arraignment and see the man suspected of killing their loved ones for the first time since January.
6 months after police say he stabbed 4 University of Idaho students to death, Bryan Kohberger appeared in a Latah County courtroom, wearing an orange jumpsuit on his thin frame and shackles on his feet.
Okay, we are now on the record in State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger.
As the judge read the names of the victims, Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, some family members there grew emotional, wiping tears from their eyes. Kohberger's arraignment comes just 1 week after a grand jury formally indicted him on the 5 charges he already faced. Community members on the grand jury believed prosecutors showed enough evidence to move forward with the case and bring it in front of a district court judge. Judge John Judge read Kohberger his rights and explained the first-degree murder charges he faces carry a penalty of life in prison or death. The judge then asked if Kohberger was ready to plead.
Do you understand the charge in count 5, murder in the first degree? Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, is Mr. Kohberger prepared to plead to these charges?
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
And because Mr. Kohberger is standing silent, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on each charge.
Former Ada County Chief Deputy Prosecutor Gene Fisher told me standing silent doesn't hurt the defendant. Quote, if anything, standing silent could help the defense if they intended to file a motion of Kohberger's competency. They wouldn't want him assisting the court by answering legal questions and then turn around and file a motion saying he's not presently competent to stand trial. The state has 60 days now to decide whether they plan to seek the death penalty. The judge set Kohberger's trial for October 2nd, giving both sides 5 months to prepare their cases.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
It's expected to last 6 weeks. That timeline could always change between now and then. 2 other hearings happened after the arraignment, one regarding the media and Gonsalves family's fight against the gag order in this case.
There's a lot of potential irreparable harm from media that is affecting a fair trial.
The 3rd hearing Monday morning, setting a date for arguments over evidence. Kaylee's family shared a statement with me saying it's important we keep the victims' memories alive. They're grateful for the grand jury indictment, but are disappointed the judicial process hasn't been more efficient in changing the gag order. This weekend, Madison's dad shared with NBC how special his daughter was.
I want people to remember Maddie as just being a loving, caring, just beautiful person who everybody just misses so much, and we're just all so proud of. And this has been the most difficult thing that any of us will ever go through, and it's just important to stay close to your loved ones and your family in times like this, I would say. I mean, a lot of us are going to counseling. I've gone to counseling, and it's helped a lot, just being able to talk about things and remember her in the best way that we can and keep her memory alive.
Yeah, the victims' family and friends saying they want the victims in this case to be remembered and less of the attention being focused on the defendant. Back here in Moscow, not a lot of students here as school got out a little more than a week ago. Last Saturday, all 4 victims in these stabbings were honored with posthumous degrees during the spring commencement. By the way, it is possible that Bryan Kohberger's trial moves out of Latah County and down to Ada County or another county in Idaho where there's a better chance at finding a fair and impartial jury. And the Gonsalves family said it really well today, Doug. They said today is just the beginning of a long journey for all the families involved in this tragedy.
No doubt about that. And Morgan, these decisions will play out over the course of like several hearings leading up to that October date, right?
That's right. There's going to be hearings on motions to compel discovery. Again, it's possible that the defense files that notice of intent to seek the death penalty. It's possible that Kohberger at any point could change his plea. So really, there's a lot that we don't know that's going to come out between now and October. And again, as I mentioned in my story, it's possible that that October trial date even gets pushed back a little bit further too. But we will be staying posted on all the documents that are filed, the motions, the orders, as well as any hearings that are set here in Latah County between now and then.
All right, Morgan Romero live for us in Moscow today. She'll be also appearing on the 208 and the news at 6 with further reporting. Morgan, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Wait, what up, baby? Okay. I feel sorry for all these family members, but here in Maddie's dad, and that could be another reason why a lot of them doesn't talk to the media. I've seen where someone had asked about why is the Gonzalez family the only ones. The other ones may not, like I said, may not feel comfortable talking. It may be too hard for them, to talk to the media. I'm just glad that, like Maddie said, I was saying, he's going to therapy and is able to talk about it. So that is a good thing that they are getting help for this. I worry about Maddie's mom, and she's been really solid. Yeah. And I think they said on here that it's a possibility that the trial will get moved to another county. I think it's going to end up getting moved. I don't think it's going to stay in Latah County. Gerald is in Florida. He gave road trip beach before the court started. Okay, so Freya, I remember seeing him put out a video, and that's what I was saying. It didn't look like it was in Idaho, but I figured he would have went up there. See, if he is in fact proven guilty in the court of law, I hope that he has nightmares and gets visitations from the prison. Amethyst, that is too funny. Okay, y'all. So it shows we have 85 likes and there's 172 watching. So if y'all haven't done so, could y'all please hit the thumbs up while I'm grabbing this other video. I do actually have 2 more videos. One of them is Kaylee's dad. So give me just a second and let me get it where I can get it pulled up here. Okay. Ron looked calm, relaxed, and not too worried in court. Max, to me, he looked like he was a little bit agitated, honestly. He didn't look the same as what he did the first time we saw him in court. He looked more, in the arraignment part of it, he looked tense, a little agitated, like I said. Whenever they were doing the other proceedings, he looked more relaxed. Do you think that there was a warning left, like do not call the cops, or somehow they suspected cops involved, so had to figure out what to do? I mean, Crime Stopper, we don't know if Bryan seen Dylan and threatened her in some type of way, because really all we know is what's in the PCA, and we know that they didn't put everything in there. So I'm sure that there is more to her story, and I'm sure there is a story from Bethany. We just don't know what it is because it wasn't put in there at all. I mean, could it be a possibility? Yeah, I guess. I mean, this whole case is just full of twists and turns, so it wouldn't surprise me if it comes out and says, well, Bryan threatened Dylan. I'm going to lay down. Okay, Bryan Hoffman, have a good night. See, if the public had already convicted me of being guilty, I'd be uneasy as well. If I was innocent of charges like this, I would literally be screaming it in the courtroom. But for whatever reason him and Ann Taylor has, he decided to stand silent. See, I think if the truth be known, he would rather have a female attorney because he probably thinks he is smarter than her. Yeah, and Gregory, that one time when he was looking, when she was standing up in court, Ann was talking to the judge, and he was like looking up at her, and it was like, it wasn't like a client looking at his attorney and listening to what she's saying and all this. It was like a creepy looking stare. It was very weird. Okay, let me check. Okay. All right. So let me play this. So this is Kaylee's dad and his attorney on here. Wait, what? Maybe I think that's what it is. I think it's just the eyes and the way he just looks at people. It's just creepy.
Thank you so much at this time for joining me tonight. I know that this has been just a hell of a day, not just for you, but 25 family members with you. Can you give me your reaction to what you saw transpire just feet away from you in that courtroom today?
It felt good to get some progress. We've been delayed as long as they could possibly delay us. I'm ready. I'm ready for this to go on and lay out the case and let the community see what the evidence is. And then, let the cards fly where they're going to go. There's been a lot of weird processes, things that were done in a way that are there to help everybody and help the witnesses, the surviving witnesses. But I'm just ready for the normal court process and normal justice, and just get back to what we kind of learned in school. And that's what I want to see. I want to see just lay it out, transparency. Everybody gets to see what their evidence is, what our evidence is, and then we let the jury members decide what's going to be real.
Steve, it's been almost 5 months since the defendant walked into that same courtroom, almost looking the same, sat in the same seat beside the same lawyer, and you were there. Did it feel any different? Are things falling into place more differently now as you lay your eyes upon him today, knowing how much more you know now than you knew back then?
Well, I know he wants to be an active participant in the process, so that kind of changes it for me. Before, he was just somebody that was dragged into a court that was probably surprised to be there. Now he's an active participant, and to me, it's I'm a competitive person, so I'm like, all right, it's on. It's us versus them, and we're gonna lay this evidence out, and we're gonna go from there.
How was Christy today, and Olivia? And Olivia brought Kaylee's baby niece with her. How did they do today? How did they get through it?
The girls struggle. The girls have a harder time with it, and it takes weeks for us to just talk it through and maybe watch a couple movies, do a couple different things, like some family gatherings. The girls are very much, I don't let this guy mess with my emotions, but the girls, that's just the way it is, and I don't fight it. I just understand that they have a different way of processing pain and this anguish. So then we just work together and support them. And, it's just one day at a time. And some days are tougher than others, right? I mean, that's just the reality of it.
Makes sense. There are 60 days from now. in which the state has to make its intentions known if they're going to seek the death penalty. I know the state hasn't shared a lot with you, and Shannon has been very upfront about the fact this has been very difficult working within this gag order. But have the victims' advocates within the state at least shared with you that this is an intention of theirs to seek the death penalty in this case?
We're working with members of the government in Idaho. We're trying to establish that you just can't hunt our babies. You just can't come to our state and hurt our people. It's unacceptable. We're a small state, but you're going to see how strong we are and how big we are when you mess with us. And we're going to put our foot down, and we're going to show the world, you know, we hate all the bad things that are happening, but here in Idaho, we can control one thing, and you just can't hunt our babies down. That's just too much. It's just too much. We can't sit here and say, oh, there was 5 victims or 6 victims or 7 victims. Then you go for the death penalty? No, it's been crossed. The line's been crossed, and we're going to go there.
Do you feel as though the state has conferred with you appropriately on your wishes for a death penalty? And do you feel like that is a direction they might be going?
I'm just one family, and they've made that very clear. You know, what you want, Steve, is just what you want. I'm trying to organize different families so we have one united voice, but that's not easy. But that's what we're working towards. And I know there's other families that feel like I do, but we don't want to get too washed up in the revenge factor. We want to remember these girls. We want to remember Ethan, and we want to make sure that when this is all said and done, that's the only people you think of. We want the defendant to just disappear, and all we remember is the beautiful lives that these people had. And then that's the best that we can do. All this media, all the stuff we're doing is so what we remember the victims and we forget who did this crime, which is very uncommon. Normally, we just talk about the person who does this crime. We'd like to turn that on its head, forget about him, and just remember these beautiful people, these beautiful young souls.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Okay. I feel so bad for these families. Heartbreaking to have to watch stuff like that. But at the same time, I am glad that these kids have the families that they have. Hey, S1, how are you? And that Mr. Gonzalez is staying on top of this. Hey, Big Al, how are you? Let's see. Personally, I enjoyed the sound of the chains on his ankles. I would have liked to seen Hannibal mask a dolly. And that's what I'm saying. Would have been an awesome thing. What is the strongest evidence in this case? Max, honestly, the only thing that we really know of, like they say that they have surveillance of his car or camera footage of his car. They have him putting trash in the neighbor's yard. They have the DNA on the sheath. They have him putting his personal trash in a separate Ziploc baggies, which I think is going to be more weird than anything else. But other than that, we really don't know what they got. Did you see Kaylee's older sister carrying her newborn? Something about was surreal. It was like life and death in front of you. Just on, no, I didn't watch all that, all like the extra stuff that was going on before court and all that. I didn't get to watch all that. I just mainly watched the arraignment, and then the other court proceedings that they had. But I did hear that she had the baby with her, and the baby was making, like little noises that baby makes and all that. And it was, the baby will never remember her going to this court proceeding, but she will always know that she was there to support are in support of her aunts, both of her aunts actually, Kaylee and Maddie. See, I still don't understand why he would have the urge to preserve his trash rather than burn it. I don't know that the whole putting it in a Ziploc thing. I, I think that's just more of a weird thing. I don't know. Hey, Treasure, how are you? I don't know if he was just. I really don't know what to make of it. I'm gonna be honest. It's just maybe that's what made him feel comfortable with his trash. I don't know. Or if it was just certain things that he had in his possession that was part of his personal trash that he didn't want put with everything else. It might have been just some certain things. I don't know. So I'm gonna guess when he gets convicted, he will have the same blank look and not say anything. Just look forward. Honestly, like I said, I think that the only thing that he's gonna say throughout this whole case is he answered the judge today when the charges were read and the penalties were read, and he agreed that he understood them. And then if he wants to get on the stand, but I don't see Ann Taylor allowing that. The subdivision has super strict rules regarding their trash. Seriously, look it up. They fine for everything. So, heavy metal. Okay, so regarding the trash part, what do you think the reason was for the whole trash in the individual Ziploc baggies? Treasure, I'm doing good, thank you. Okay, so Betty Jo says putting your trash into a baggie makes it grow fungus to kill the DNA. Could have been the reason why he was doing it. How are you?
Hey, what's happening?
Just going over all this craziness with this whole arraignment and
I only got
everything.
to see the first part of it this morning, and you know, hearing the chains when he was walking, and the first thing I could think of was, why are his hands not cuffed?
That's what
I
somebody else said in the chat.
do
Like,
not
why no
understand how
cuffs?
he's like 6 inches away from a female.
Right,
He's supposedly or is suspected of committing these brutal murders, and his hands aren't cuffed, at least to his waist.
right.
I'm wondering why at this point. I can see coming up to like jury selection and stuff, putting him in a suit and whatever, it's
Right.
prejudicial to see him chained up. But at this point, no, he should be secure.
Yeah, somebody else had brought that up in chat. Why was asking why he didn't have cuffs on. And I don't know. Maybe Anne didn't want him in cuffs. I don't know if she would have a say so
I,
with
I
that,
can't imagine it be her say.
but I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense. I mean, like I said, jury selection, yes, I understand.
Yeah,
But then there's 8 more cops in the courtroom.
yeah. There was one sitting right behind him. There was one sitting in front of him, like 20 foot away. It looked like on camera, up closer to the judge's where the judge was at, and then the Jay Logston guy was sitting right behind him, and that was really the only two cops that I seen in there.
I've watched a few courtroom freakout videos. If they're more than 2 feet away and not paying attention, he can get to somebody.
Right, and the closest person to him today was his attorney. I don't know.
It was a weird scene. I wanted to watch the second half, but I just couldn't.
I'll see. Okay, so like the second part that they did, because after the arraignment part, they left out of the courtroom and then they come back in. Hey, Truth Seeker, how are you? When he came back in, that's when he looked completely relaxed. Like he didn't look tense and like he was more worried about looking at the camera than anything else. I mean, he'd sit there and he'd look forward and didn't really move or anything.
Well, what did they accomplish with the second half?
Hold on, I got it wrote down. They basically scheduled a hearing on June the 9th. They're going to have a hearing for the Gonzalez family at 10:30. And then on the same day, that afternoon at 1:30, the Associated Press they're going to have their deal with the gag order. And then there was something else, June the 27th. I wrote it down somewhere, but I don't know where it's at now in my notes. But I think it's June 27th. They're supposed to have something. They're supposed to do like the whole pre-trial stuff and all that, because the trial as of right now is scheduled for October the 2nd.
Yeah, I heard his lawyer say 6 weeks, and I was like, where is she pulling this number out of her ass?
Yeah, it was.
I couldn't even understand that. I actually got kind of pissed and walked away for a minute.
Yeah,
Like, how can she put a number on it? She doesn't even know what the evidence is. I don't. Why are they asking her?
Right.
Shouldn't they ask the state?
Okay, June 27th is about the cameras in the courtroom. Thank you, Betty Jo.
Oh.
I knew I.
Thanks, Betty Jo.
Remember
I had no idea what
something.
the second half was about. I just, when I heard the 6 week thing, I got so frustrated. I was like, God, this guy's not in cuffs. Sounds like they're letting him run the freaking show. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even stand up and enter his plea. She stood up and was like, okay, well, we're just going to stand silent. And the judge entered the plea for him.
Well, I did read something about that. In some cases, apparently, I did not know this. Standing silent is a not guilty plea automatically.
Right.
And saying not guilty means that you're acknowledging their case.
Right. You're acknowledging the or not the charges, but I guess it would be the charges or whatever, but you're acknowledging that everything was done correctly. Whereas if you stand silent, then you can, and I forgot the exact term that they use, but basically you can challenge it. The actions that's being brought against you, you can challenge it. And I thought I had a screenshot of that somewhere, but I don't guess I've saved the screenshot.
He had a look on his face when that was going on. That was just like, I don't know.
His jaw.
He ain't gonna last in prison. Ain't no way.
He looked, to me, he looked agitated during the arraignment. He looked very tense. He kept moving his jaw. Someone said it looked like he had peanut butter stuck in his teeth. Somebody else I'd seen on Twitter said if you watch, which whenever we watched it tonight, I really didn't notice it, but they said if you watch how his facial expression kind of like lights up whenever Maddie's name is said, and then it kind of changes a little bit when Kaylee's name is said, but then when Ethan and Xana's name was said, he kind of like he wasn't interested in it. And people were taking that and saying, oh, well, then that means that Maddie must have been the target, or which we don't know that.
Yeah, it'd be pretty tough to tell that just by looking at it.
And so I don't know. He seemed to me, in my opinion, he seemed different in the arraignment than what he did in the first few times we seen him in all the court when he first got arrested. His movement and the way he was doing just seemed different.
I think part of the way he's got to act is he's got to be happy to be out of that cell.
True.
Regardless of what it's for.
Yeah,
because he's getting what, an hour a day if he's lucky.
Yeah, and I think they said something. Now, if it's getting warmer up there, it may be different. But I think back when he was first brought there, it was cold and snow, and I think he was only getting like an hour in the library. So he really wasn't getting outside time and fresh air and all that.
Well, they've probably just got him in a room with no roof with a chain link fence across the top.
Yeah.
Those brick walls on every side.
And Bryan Itten said it looked like that he had on a bulletproof vest, which
I didn't catch that, and I was looking.
I don't know if he.
What was the procedure of getting him from where he was being held to the courtroom? How far are they, like different buildings?
Oh no, he's in where the Latah County courthouse is. He's down in the basement.
Well, if they didn't have to take him outside, he wasn't wearing a vest.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. Like, well, unless it's, I mean, obviously they would check people before they come in the courtroom for weapons, but that's what he had said, that it looked like he had on a bulletproof vest, but he did have on an orange pullover shirt, and it looked like he had on an orange T-shirt under that, and then the orange pants.
I guarantee you they went through the whole building before court,
Oh
and
yeah.
every person that walked into that building is getting screened.
Yeah, they did say that people would be subject to security screenings and all that, including the family members.
Oh, I'm sure they've got it locked down probably from now until the end of his trial,
Probably.
because some guy posing as an air conditioning repairman could walk in the door and make bad things happen.
Right. So, I mean, I don't know. This whole case is just crazy and it's weird and it's, uh, I've never seen somebody stand in silence, which was a first today watching it. And I was trying to hurry up and Google and find out what that meant. And it's just, I don't know. You would have thought he would have been like, I'm not guilty. So I wonder if he's this whole stand in silence thing, if there's like a motive to it with him and Anne, and this is something that they are planning and they've got something up their sleeve, which is a good possibility. Or if it's just him like, okay, I have a right to stay silent and it can't be used against me, because anything I say can and will be used against me. So I'm just going to not enter a plea and the judge can do it for me, kind of like a control type thing.
Don't we all know though that whole right to remain silent, it's not going to be used against you thing is really not true. It may not be brought up, but it's certainly going to form people's opinions if you're not going to defend yourself whatsoever.
Right. Well, like with the whole
sit stoic, and like zero emotion, zero response. People are thinking, well, wait a minute. Even if you're not guilty, should you be pissed off that you're there?
Right. I would have stood up and been like, not guilty, wrong person. Go find the real person who did this. Like I would have got contempt of court. I'd have had another charge.
I've been questioned for a couple things that I didn't do, and boy, let me tell you, it did take him long to figure out that I didn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched trials and people like they're not presenting the evidence to prove that the person is guilty, and this person is just sitting there claiming their innocence and they're just as calm as can be. And I'm sitting here thinking, how can somebody who is innocent be this calm?
Yeah, no,
I don't get it.
Nope.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. Like Lori Vallow stood silent, and she wanted her speedy trial, which Ann Taylor wants a speedy trial. And then once they did Lori Vallow's speedy trial, then the state didn't get everything over to her, all the evidence in time, and the death penalty was on the table for her to begin with. But whenever they didn't get everything in time, then her attorneys was like, hey, this is a death penalty case. State's turning over stuff that they have and it's not giving me enough time to build my defense, to defend my client properly. We need to take the death penalty off the table, and that's what they did. So I was wondering if maybe Ann Taylor might have taken that play from the Lori Vallow trial playbook, as I'm calling it.
Didn't she make a comment though, towards the end of the proceedings when they were talking about scheduling, that she wanted a speedy trial, but at the latter end of it or something like that? She said something. And I was like, what did she say? I kind of turned and looked at the screen and I'm like, what did she say?
Okay, so whenever they want a speedy trial, they have 6 months. So 6 months would have been November the 22nd, literally a day after the student's birthday. So she had said something about it would be November the 22nd. And the judge was like, okay, well, they start talking about court dates and it ends up being October the 2nd. And he had asked her, like, how long do you anticipate this lasting? And she was like 4 to 6 weeks. And then he just went ahead and gave her the 6 weeks.
How can they possibly put a number on that now? That just doesn't even. I can't imagine it taking any less than 6 weeks.
No, and see, that's
4 freaking murders here.
Right. There's a lot of evidence for each victim. She's going to have experts coming in for several different things that they have. What the state has as their evidence. She's going to have experts coming in. I'm sure the state's going to have experts coming in. All these investigators and law enforcement, like there's going to be.
The objection circus is going to be in town through the whole thing.
Yeah.
And they're going to be ejecting left and right and remove the jury from the room. And, it's going to be a clown show.
Yeah.
They're going
I
to make
mean,
sure of it.
the jury's going to get a workout because they're going to sit down and then they're going to have to walk right back out. And they're going to come in, they're going to sit down, they're going to have to go right back out because it's going to be, I'm sure, a lot of sidebar going on, a lot of objections going on. It's going to be a crazy trial, I think. But I was not expecting her to say that she wanted a speedy trial.
No, I wasn't expecting that either.
I
But
figured
then I
maybe
heard her say the weird thing at the end about, well, we want a speedy trial, but
we wanted at the very end part of
yeah,
it. Yeah,
it's so. Is it a speedy trial? I mean, I guess it is if it's within the
the
limits,
6
but
months, right? Yeah,
I
I
don't know. The whole
wasn't
thing just struck me as weird.
I wasn't expecting that. I could have seen that maybe from the state wanting it, but I thought she would have been like, no, we don't want a speedy trial. Like we want to push it out
Yeah,
to
how many
this.
terabytes of data do they have to go through?
I know.
Who's going to do all that? I don't think people realize when they see terabyte how much data that really is.
That's just 1 terabyte's a lot. Just imagine 51 of them.
I mean, how many text documents you can fit in a terabyte?
You know, and
It's like hundreds of thousands. That's ridiculous.
unless she is absolutely 100% confident that she has something that can help them, I don't know how they're going to get through it. But at the same time, though, I don't think that it's going to actually happen on October the 2nd. I think it's going to end up getting pushed back.
Oh, it's gonna definitely be postponed for sure.
Because they're like the whole pre-trial thing, the
It's gonna
pre-trial
be after the
motions.
holidays. I think it's gonna be after the first of the year.
Yeah, I would think so. And the whole pre-trial motion thing, they wanted. She actually did a thing Friday wanting. She asked for everything that has to do with the grand jury, including the jurors' names.
Tonka, the prosecutors dumping 51 terabytes of raw material on the defense because they have to. They don't have a choice.
Yeah, they have to turn over.
They have to give them everything.
Yep, they have to give everything to them. But I'm wondering if there was something in there that maybe they buried deep within the 51 terabytes of information, and they're going to make her work for it.
You know what 51 terabytes tells me? That's how extensive their investigation was. To come up with 51 terabytes of data, that's a lot of investigating. That's a lot of subpoenas for a lot of different data. I mean,
yeah.
I can't imagine what they got from the cell phone companies for each phone.
Yeah,
people got to realize that when they file for that, that's not just what's on your phone. That's every bit of data that your phone has created, used, or filtered. Not to mention everything your phone's come in contact with, and everything that's on that device.
And you got to realize there's 3 states involved in this. There's Pennsylvania, Idaho, and Washington.
Well, and every state they drove through.
Yeah.
If they forced them to get a subpoena for those states.
True.
Because the minute you connect to a cell phone tower in another state, that data belongs in another state. I would think. I mean, it's in a different state. It's created in a different state.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if they did, like, whenever they were on their way back to Pennsylvania, I don't know if they would have done that unless they were trying to figure out if he might have stopped somewhere and stashed the weapon, maybe. I don't know if they...
Heavy Metal Rehab says 51 terabytes isn't all evidence. No, it's all the evidence they collected. The evidence is buried within that 51 terabytes of data. That's all the data they got back from their subpoenas and their investigations.
Yeah. That's not including the 10,000 documents.
Right.
That they have. I'll have to go back and find the thing, but I know it was 10,000 documents, 9,200 tips that came in, and then there was 10,000 something of something else. I have to go back and find the...
I'm pretty sure nowadays isn't everything digitized for court? You don't really see him holding up too many pieces of paper anymore.
Now, when Bryan was being read his charges, he had a copy in front of him, but he had to make sure his name was correct, date of birth was correct, and then he basically read along with the judge and all that. But as far as like court, I think most of that's done with laptops.
Trials here, they just give a defendant an iPad.
Yeah, because
and put it on the table in front of him. But I can't imagine they're going to do that with him, not with his background.
yeah, and used to, like, if you watched a trial on TV, they would come in with like dollies full of boxes
Oh,
of
yeah.
documents, and it would take them like 2 or 3 car trips to bring everything in. Now they just walk in with a laptop.
Yep. Sync
And
it to the TV on the wall, and
Right. Probably a couple of thumb drives to go with it, and maybe some external hard drives, all that.
I mean, it's changed a lot.
Yeah.
The way that they're doing things in these courtrooms, and today was just a reminder of that for me. It was like, wow,
And
this is
then
crazy.
another thing I didn't like is the judge did not say Kaylee's name right. He didn't say Xana's name right. He got, for whatever reason, he was getting the first names wrong, but the last names he was getting them right. Like when Kaylee Gonzalez, he said Gonzalez completely right, but it was almost like he was rushing through reading it, and he didn't realize that it didn't say Kayla, and that's what he kept calling her, was Kayla instead of Kaylee. And to me, and in my opinion, that is just, it's unprofessional and it's disrespectful.
Well, I'm sure the way it's written in most of the court documents is last name then first name.
Well, on the charges, and I think I do. I may have to go through the documents, but I think
I would think it would be worded state against, whatever state against BK in the matter of, last name, first name.
Well, hold on. Maybe a screenshot. I want to say that I have them where they read it. Maybe I don't. No, I don't guess I do, unless it's on my other computer. But it has like, on or about November the 13th, you willfully entered a residence and committed the murder in the first degree against Kaylee Gonzalez. Something to that effect. It's like a little paragraph, and then he has to, and they tell him, like they did today, his whole penalty for each thing or whatever. But I think on that page, it has first name first and last name.
Don't get me wrong. I think he should have spent a couple hours learning their names.
Yes.
Because you have to name a whole lot over the next year of his life.
Well, I mean, he is a judge presiding over this case. And don't get me wrong, I know it is very easy to mispronounce people's names. I have done it on here reading court documents to y'all. But when you have 4 victims that has been brutally murdered, and you have these victims' families sitting in the courtroom, you should go through your paperwork as a judge, as a professional person in the legal system. You go through the paperwork and you look at these names, and if you don't know how to pronounce it, go to somebody who does and be like, okay, I need to make sure that I'm pronouncing these victims' names right. Like, at least get the victims' names right.
Yeah, his clerk left him hanging.
The family is sitting there. Kaylee's family was very upset because they was calling her Kayla. And I know that may not be a big deal to a lot of people, but just think of the family sitting there.
Clerk should have wrote it on a Post-it note and put it right on the top of the file.
And
these are the names.
I mean, I would have thought that he would have got Gonzalez. He would have pronounced that wrong. And I could have understood that. That's kind of a harder name to say, or Kernodle. But Xana and Kaylee, and he did say, this is, I think he said, I'm sorry, this is hard. And he could have been emotional, and Michelle, have a good night. He could have been emotional. It was hard to tell just by listening to him talk, but just the professional part of it, he should have had the names right.
Tonka says, I'd like to know what you people are going to do when he walks. A lot of you have already convicted him without any real proof of anything. Well, I will speak for only myself. When I feel strongly on one of these cases that there's enough there to convince me, I'll proclaim what I think. Just like the Rodney case, the jury came out. I totally disagreed with everything they did, with everything in that case from start to finish. I shouldn't say jury because there wasn't one, but I think it was completely mishandled. But what can I do other than move on to something else?
I mean, if he's innocent and they can prove that he's innocent, then yeah, he doesn't need to go to jail. He doesn't need to go to prison. Nothing like that. But if they can prove that he is innocent, his ass needs to go to prison. He needs to be sitting on death row. But at the same time, it needs to be proven without a shadow of a doubt that he is guilty. Oh, see, Tracy. No, Tracy, they haven't. Hey, Nancy, how are you? So, I mean, if he's not, I mean, if he is guilty, I hope he doesn't walk. And that is true, Tonka. He doesn't have to prove his innocence. They have to prove him guilty. The state has the burden of proof.
Yep, the state has the burden of proof, but he also has to disprove convincing evidence.
So I don't know. I'm kind of worried how the trial is going to go. I hope that they have the evidence. If he did do this, I hope they have the evidence to prove that he did it.
I think Taylor's got something in her back pocket.
Oh, she for sure. Like she's playing a chess game with this.
I think she's got something in her pocket. I really do. No idea what it is or could be, but I think she's got some kind of idea that she's got one up on the prosecution.
Yeah, she, especially when she come out and wanted the speedy trial. It almost seems like she has something up her sleeve. Let's see. Sure. Ava. See, sure, but he also has to answer to the claims. Yes. What the heck happened to my screen? Okay. Heavy metal, she's for sure playing it.
I haven't read up on her yet. I don't know if she's known for playing the games or I don't even know how long she's been practicing law because I haven't read anything about her yet.
Let me see if I can pull something up. See. Wait, that's not her. She's from. Oh shit! How do you spell Kootenai County? That's it. Okay, so let's see. She's Kootenai County Public Defender, represents Bryan Kohberger. We know all that. I just want to know. See, she's been working for Kootenai County Public Defender since 2004. Was given a top job in 2017 after John Adams retired, and that's just in Kootenai County.
Wow, that's a long time for someone to stay with a PD office,
right?
And not going to a private firm.
See, Taylor previously overturned a murder conviction after catching out false statements from Idaho police, but I do believe that guy ended up going back to court and being found guilty. I do believe. See, Taylor has sent a team of investigators to the house on King Road, so we know that. She's one of just 13 public defenders in Idaho approved by the state's Public Defense Commission to lead a capital punishment case. I want to know how long she's been an attorney.
Should be able to find her bar information.
Wait, I've got that thing that you sent me the other day. The Capitol Council roster. Let's see. Let me find Taylor on here. Shit, it won't let me click on her name.
No,
I have her bar number. I just have to go to the Idaho website to get it. Let me find it real quick because it's in these documents.
I'll tell you what, Nerdy Addict is all over the internet on this case. And half of my Google searches, Nerdy Addict is coming up. Have you noticed that?
I've seen some of the stuff that he's posted on Twitter.
This is
I
on
don't think
sportskingdom.com. I mean, popculturecon.com.
I
It's
don't
like
think
the
I've
third thing today. It's popped up.
I don't think I've seen anything of his though.
He's taking over Twitter on it 100%.
Oh wow.
His spaces are getting like massive traction.
Oh, see, I haven't watched any of his spaces. I know that he's been posting a lot about the case.
I know Sleuthy's been on 2 or 3 of them, I want to say. I might be wrong on the number, but she's been on quite a bit.
5836 is her bar number.
Seems like every time he has his spaces, though, I don't have time to just stop what I'm doing and listen.
Right. Okay, let me see if it pulls it up. Welcome to the State Bar. Oh my gosh. I just need the attorney's information. Why is it so hard? Good Lord. No attorney records found when I type in Ann Taylor. Maybe I have to put in Ann C. Taylor. No attorneys. Does Ann Taylor's name have an E on the end of it? It has an E on it, don't it?
Don't think so. Should be on the
Yeah.
yeah.
Ann Taylor, Ann C. Taylor. That's what I'm putting in it, but it's not. Why is it not bringing her up whenever you look for attorneys in Idaho?
Are you doing find an attorney by last name?
It doesn't say last name. Oh yeah, it does. Never mind. Yeah.
Taylor.
I'm sleepy, y'all.
What's her middle initial? C?
C.
Cherie.
Yeah, here we go.
She's out of Coeur d'Alene. She's active. She's been an attorney since 1998.
So 25 years?
Yeah, she was admitted into the bar in 1998.
Going on 25 years. September will be 25.
Yeah. Yep. I just can't believe she's with the PD office that long. Financially, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
What did it say? Since 2004, but 2017 she took the top job.
But even the top job, what's that pay? 150 grand a year?
Probably.
That's good. Criminal defense attorneys laugh at that. That's one case. 2 at the most. And they're not even doing all the work at that point. That's all law clerks and $12 an hour piss ants running around the office doing all their work for them. I can't imagine it's like that in the PD's office. I don't know. I just think that's weird that she's been with the PD's office that long. Yeah. Usually that's a stepping stone for most attorneys.
That's going on almost 20 years that she's been there.
Usually that's a stepping stone.
But maybe this case, maybe she's wanting to, after this case here, and she's got more recognition, then...
Yeah, she could be looking for a federal appointment.
Yep.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things she could have her eyes on, I suppose. Everybody wants to move up and move ahead, you know?
Okay. Wait, let's see. Can you explain the white car and how does not connect it to Demetrius? Okay, so the white car that has been put out there that it belongs to this Demetrius guy's brother does not belong to his brother. That house does not belong to Demetrius's brother. That house was sold. A new family bought it. The new family that lives there owns the white Hyundai Elantra. And I actually, hey, American Princess, how are you? I actually went over that a week ago, maybe. And there is proof that the house was sold. Once you go into Google Maps, you can look it up. The images that are on Google Maps of the white car in that driveway is after the sale of the house. So it does not belong to Demetrius or Demetrius's family. It belongs to the new family that bought the house. Okay, go ahead.
You know how many friggin' white Hyundais are in that area?
Probably a lot.
In a
I want to say
5-year range, there's probably
like 22,000.
I bet it's more than that.
That's what they had said at one point. There was 22,000, and I believe it was 90 just on the campus of U of I. I can't remember if it was on the campus of the university or if it was in the Moscow area. There was 90.
Yeah, unless it's got a dented fender or a broken mirror or something that you can see on camera, it's pretty hard to tell those cars apart.
Exactly.
I mean, really hard.
Heavy metal, yes, I do. Well, there was what looked like a white Hyundai Elantra parked at Jack D's house, where he lived over at the opposite end of King Road. And if you go on Google Maps and you look in front of his parents' house, there is one sitting out in front of his parents' house. Doesn't mean that his parents own the car. It could be any random person that owns a car. But yeah, it has been said that he does drive one.
Yeah, Google Streets as a program, I almost did that years ago when they first started doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I almost drove one of those little cars with the stupid antennas on the top. Just because they paid you to drive around, it sounded like a really cool job where you didn't really have to do shit.
I mean, yeah, you drive around and you see different areas.
Yeah, that's a perpetual project. It has no
Right.
end date.
Yep.
It will never end. And there's 3 or 4 companies doing it now. It's not just Google.
I mean, it would be a cool job. I just wish that they would, like in my area, I don't think ours, I don't know if it's up to date, like for 2023 yet or not.
Well, I don't think there's, when you're talking about the streets pictures where they actually drive by, until there's new roads added, there's no reason to drive down that road again. They're not going to update those photos just to update what your house looks like. They're updated to update roads.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care what's on the roads. The street view is a secondary thing. It's about the roads and the maps, and making the maps more exact with GPS. Now, Google Earth, those are updated all the time. Not that there's a schedule for it, but they do get updated way more often than anything else.
Yeah,
because it's just the satellite they pay for time on.
Wait, little baby, you're welcome. I'm trying to catch up in chat. For some reason, the chat seems like it's moving quicker, and I've done slowed it down tonight.
Yeah, mine's doing weird stuff. It'll sit there for like 5 minutes and then go.
And then it jumps up, and I'll be reading someone's comment, and then all of a sudden it'll jump, and then I miss their comment.
Like somebody's flapping an Uno deck, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute, where'd that comment go?
And I kind of have to chase the person, because I'll start reading the comment, and then it does that, and then I have to go chasing the comment so I can finish it.
I've learned when there's one that I want to talk about, I just click on it on the YouTube chat and stop the chat.
Yeah, I hate doing that.
I don't like it either, because then I forget to restart it.
Yeah, and in my StreamYard chat doesn't keep up very good either.
Sally, I need a Snickers. I'm starting to feel a little bit like Whoopi.
That would be awesome.
Fuck you. No, it wouldn't. It'd be horrible, and I would hope that you'd shoot me.
I was talking about having a Snickers.
Oh, I thought you meant seeing me as Whoopi. I was like, wait a minute.
No, I was talking about having a Snickers.
Is that a backhanded fat joke? I don't really know what to think of that. I wouldn't look good in dreads, that's for sure.
Amethyst Crime Crazy is just busy tonight. Let's see. There was something else I seen a minute ago. I don't know where it went. Shit. And they could at least let the creator be able to scroll all the way through their chat. Because that's another reason why I lose a lot of the comments when I'm trying to keep up with everything. I end up losing it because they go up too far.
I know what you mean.
It sucks. Let's see. I stayed with just 80 forever and the older ones. Okay, so it ain't nothing. So yeah, this is going to be a very interesting between now and the trials, the day the trial starts, it's going to be very interesting.
See, now I think the data from this is going to dry up between now and the trial.
You think?
I think the actual data, I think hearsay is going to get way worse. Rumors and hearsay are going to get like off the chain on this. That's a long time for the internet mill to run.
Yeah, I mean,
I can only imagine the shit that's going to come out between now and then that's not true.
Yeah. Because, you know, like the whole standing silent thing, there was probably 5 different reasons he stood silent in the court today, going all over Twitter.
Yeah, there were a bunch of lives going on YouTube today too.
Yeah,
I kept getting notifications, and I'm like, you know what? I need to take that off of there.
Yeah, it was just whenever I was going through Twitter, looking at like just like what everybody was saying and opinions and stuff like that, and people were arguing, no, he didn't do it as a control thing. No, it was done because of this. No, it wasn't done because of that. It was done because of this. It just literally arguing over the reason why he stood silent, and probably none of them were the reason why he did it. It's just a tactic, more than likely, that Ann Taylor has for this game that is going on.
Well, here's a crazy stat for you.
Uh-huh.
Kohberger, in one way or another, has trended on Twitter every day for the last 16 days.
It has been a huge topic.
That's nuts. It wasn't even like that in Prosser.
Was it like that when Gabby's was going on?
That was before my time in this scene, but a lot of people that I've talked to have said, yeah, it really was like that then too.
Because I didn't have Twitter during that time, and I just remember watching all of the stuff on YouTube, and it was like huge on YouTube. And I don't know.
That was kind of the beginning, I think, of the true crime thing on YouTube, wasn't it?
I think there was some before it. I think there was some before Gabby, like some true crime channels. But I think when Gabby hit, it was like true crime on YouTube exploded.
Well, 2020, everything on YouTube exploded because everybody's locked in their freaking house.
That is true.
Anything interesting became what you were doing that day.
Right. Yeah.
But like showering and eating properly and calling your mom and everything else went to the back burner.
Right. So, but I think that could have had a lot to do with it, what was going on during that time, because Gabby was 2021. So it, during that time period, that could have been the reason why, but it seemed to explode. And White Widow Baby, that's when I kind of started getting in, which I was watching the whole Lori Vallow stuff. I every time there was something on about that case, I was watching it. And that was in 2019. I didn't get really heavy into YouTube until Gabby's case.
I didn't until 2020. When they shut everything down, that's when I got into YouTube.
Yeah.
Because I had nothing better to do. Well, it was just straight up facts. I had nothing better to do, and it was that or drink myself into a whiskey barrel.
Yeah, and that's never good.
Well, I might have done that a few times while I was on YouTube, but that's nothing. Besides the point.
Yeah, I think that's when it started. And way back in the day, and I don't remember what year this is, Troll got to watching some stuff with Tekashi 6ix9ine, and he started watching. I think that's when I first started watching YouTube. Is when the whole Tekashi 6ix9ine stuff was going down.
Oh, the snitch deal.
Yeah, and Troll would start watching like different YouTube channels that was covering it or whatever. And I believe that was before Lori's stuff. And then Lori's stuff started coming along. And then once Gabby's stuff hit, it was like every day I had to watch it, to keep up with what was going on. And hey, David, how are you?
There was another one after Gabby. It was a Summer
Wells.
Yeah, Summer Wells was another really big one.
Yeah.
That's still going on. There's still lives about that all the time.
It's still going on, but it's turned into nothing but drama between channels.
Yep.
That's all it's turned into.
But that's what a lot of those channels want.
True.
I hate to say it.
True.
There's a couple creators on. I laugh at my suggestions every day at a couple creators that constantly pop up on there, although I'm not following them.
Mm-hmm.
They're on there every day. Both of them I've called out. And for some reason, they still pop up on my thing, and it's like, I'm not going there.
Yeah.
They're talking about the same. You can tell just by looking at their thumbnail that they're just calling out other channels and trying to start shit for clicks.
Yep.
That's all they're doing.
Yeah, and this is a little girl that's been missing, basically, might as well say, vanished into thin air, and nobody knows what happened. And then Kylie's case come along, and it was really big.
Kylie's case was huge.
And now you got Bryan's, well, I'm not even going to say Bryan's case, the Idaho 4 and those 4 victims. And it just, it exploded. And when I first heard it come out, I was like, okay, is this really going to take off? Because it's just 4 kids.
It took a lot of focus. It took a lot of focus off of what was going on in California and Nevada.
True.
It really did.
Yeah. It's King Scarlet. I've listened to his music, King Scarlet, but I listen to all kind of music. And Troll, he likes some of his music too. But he was really interested in the case and kind of got me hooked on YouTube.
The only reason I even got involved in the Rodney case is because they were talking about GPS tracking and AAA and a bunch of stuff that a bunch of people had no idea what they were talking about, and they were on these lives on panels talking shit. And I got pissed off one night after listening to it for like an hour and jumped on a panel and ended up with oh god, I forget who it was, but I ended up on a private panel with Upchurch until like 6 o'clock in the morning, and I was hooked.
Right. Probably.
It took one night.
I think he was on Zabs a lot.
Well, he was on Zabs, and then there was another one, and there was like 5 of us, and something happened. Zab's thing went down, and we started another one, and ended up on the phone. Now he actually follows my bar's Instagram page and keeps track of it. He's a nice guy.
He's pretty cool dude.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit too wrapped up into it there for a minute, but everybody did in the Rodney case. I mean, it just, none of it made any sense.
There was. And I mean, if you compare it to the Idaho 4 case, the conspiracies was running wild there for a while.
Well, Idaho, the university is a lot like Prosser. They don't want this press.
I mean,
they want nothing to do with this press, especially Prosser really doesn't want anything to do with this press. The property values in that area it's crazy.
I mean, look at the money that they make during snow season.
Yep.
Moscow, most of their money comes from that university. So
they can't afford this scandal. I'm sure the powers that be wish it never would have happened, and obviously so do we.
Right. David, I played that video just a few minutes ago with Mr. Gonzalez on News Nation. Him and his attorney was talking to Ashley. So it was probably 30 minutes ago, maybe.
Yeah, Tonka, I listen to Zab once in a while, but the thing about Zab is she attracts all the ones that want to fight, and I don't got time for that. I just don't.
Yeah.
I love that this is analytical and we think and we talk and we bounce ideas and nobody really fights and.
Right.
I just anytime I get into one of those groups where it's like that, I'm like poof. Fart in a hurricane. I'm out.
Yeah, it's just too much drama. And here, I mean, I let everybody have their opinion without having to worry about getting bashed and all that. And then usually everybody's pretty good with agreeing to disagree or respecting, others' opinions, even if they don't agree with it. And then every now and then you get one of those that wants to be rude to people about it.
Right.
But
Crime Solver says, how many terabyte of data? I'd say a week's worth of surveillance video if no one is watching the house. There's a lot of variable factors there, Crime Solver. It depends on
the quality of the video.
Quality of video. Is it nonstop or is it motion sensitive? Is it distance? Is it? Are we talking nighttime? If we're talking nighttime, are there infrared lights that are off the camera, or are we just talking about the lights on the camera? I have external infrareds and I have internal infrareds in the cameras. Outside, I have giant infrared panels that light up my parking lot with infrared light at night, so my cameras can see the whole parking lot. If I didn't have those panels, my cameras would see 20 feet. There's a lot of factors, but really, how
Right.
many cameras is the major factor.
Right.
One camera running 24 hours a day at medium resolution, you're probably looking at least a gigabyte an hour minimum, I would say. And that's a guess off the top of my head without knowing all the other factors. A gigabyte an hour,
And
so
it's
24 gigs a day for one camera.
yeah, there's 1,000 gigs in a terabyte. So I mean, so that would be what?
But you
I'm
bump
not
that up
even,
to 4K or
or even
1080 HD, and you're talking 4 or 5 gigs an hour. That's a whole different story. There's just too many factors to really.
hold on. I got to get my calculator out for a second. Oh wait, that's a calendar. It's too late for me to try to math something. So let's just say 24 gigs a day times 30. That's 720 just in a month.
Yeah, with one camera,
Right.
medium resolution. And that it literally is just a guess. I mean, I'm one of my GoPros, running medium resolution. Excuse me. I'll burn up a card. I burn up a battery before I burn up a card. So probably a gig and a half per battery. If I'm lucky,
Yeah.
depending on what I'm doing.
Yeah. That's the thing with batteries on cameras. Some stuff, they run
Yeah.
down like super
Oh,
quick.
they really do. I mean, if we're talking about surveillance cameras that are plugged in, then you're depending on the DVR, and are we on the DVR or are we on the cloud?
Right.
And if you're on the cloud, what kind of cloud-based subscription do you have? Because I have 36 cameras, and I can only afford 5 days on the cloud at a time, and that's not cheap. 5 days of 36 cameras I paid almost $300 a month just in storage fees on the cloud.
Oh my God. But you have a business and you got to have
But
it.
I have 5 days on hand
Right.
in-house that's backed up to an external drive, and then I have what's backed up on the cloud after that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, damn, it can get expensive though.
it ain't cheap. It's not cheap. They don't make it cheap. It all sounds great. I mean, really the best deal going is those freaking Ring things. But then when you put one of those on your house, you might as well just hand the keys to somebody else, because you're not
Right.
the only one that has access to that video.
Yeah. And there's no telling as far as like the 51 terabytes. I'm thinking that it's going to be, street cameras on houses, that they're claiming that they got video footage of him going back and forth to the house that morning.
The phones.
Phones.
Every phone that was in that bubble.
Right.
Every bit of data on every bit of phone and every bit of data that it created. That's why you got to take it with a grain of salt when they say 51 terabytes. That's everything.
Yeah, that's a lot of different things put into one file, basically.
And you know what? The defense knows, and the prosecution knows as well. It's not the prosecution's responsibility to tell them where everything is.
Right.
The prosecution has to find it.
Yep.
And then you're talking about, scrubbing data is like the most boring job in the world. It's literally
what?
going through every folder and looking at every file.
I think it was you that had asked me when you were up here a few nights ago if I knew if they went through Dylan and Bethany's phone. Was it you that asked me that?
I've asked several questions about people's phones. I don't think specifically, no. It must have been somebody else.
Well, I remember somebody asking me about it, and for some reason I said, yeah, they probably did, or whatever. Well, something was said on another channel today pertaining to something that is in the PCA, and I was like, they're wrong on what they're saying, and so I wanted to go back to the PCA just to make sure that they were wrong, and so I'm going through it slowly, and I come across this thing, and I'm gonna pull it up. Actually, I pulled it up earlier. Oh, damn, I still got it pulled up. Okay, hold on. And I did show this earlier, but I'm going to show it again. Can you see the red box there?
Yep.
Tell me, read just the red box and see what you tell me that you notice.
Might have
'Cause
to
I
make
can't-
it just a little bit bigger.
Okay, if I make it bigger, it may
Does
not be
Does it go off the screen?
Huh? No, it just may get blurry.
Oh, I gotcha.
Can you still read it like that?
There's DM statements to law enforcement reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone. Okay, there you go. A video of a suspect. The homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25. So
They obviously took stuff
they
off
took BF and DM's phones.
Right. So
And then
what
there's
would
another video from somewhere, probably someone's house.
Yeah, that I think that's the one that's next door to the kid's house that they're claiming they saw the car go in. Was it 3 times, and then on the 4th time it was like at 4:04 and left at 4:20 or whatever. But I never noticed that little paragraph. Every time that we've ever brought the PCA up, I've never paid attention to it. So obviously they went through Dylan and Bethany's phone, but I wonder what they got off the phone to determine that the homicides, or help determine the homicides, happened between 4 and 4:25.
Could have been a text message that got sent. Could have been.
But we never hear nothing about Bethany.
Well, they're not going to tell us until the trial. They don't have to. That's the worst part for us, people like us that are analytical and want to look at what's there. They only have to tell so much.
So that would prove, though, let's just say that they are texting back and forth during this time. Possibly, did you hear that? What was that noise? What's going on? That would mean that not only was Dylan awake during all this going on, which we know that she was because she looked out the door and seen bushy eyebrows and all this and that, but that would mean that Bethany would have had to been awake too, so possibly she could have heard something too.
Yeah, I totally agree. 100%.
I can't believe
that. Totally possible.
I can't believe I never noticed that. And that's what I was telling White Widow Baby today. Like, I can't believe I never caught that. And I never heard anybody else talk about it either. And brought it to my attention or anything. And it just been sitting there this whole time.
Loaded Hot says there's so much more evidence that's going to come out, and I think a lot of it's going to shock us. I agree 100%. There's pages, days, and hours of evidence that's going to come out of this that we're not even thinking about. Because they don't have to tell us shit.
Just wait until when the evidence starts coming out in the trial and we're able to listen to it, our jaws are going to hit the ground.
I'll tell you what I'm grateful for in this case is I'm grateful that there is a trial being scheduled and someone, they actually did their job for a change, and someone is going on trial for this. I hope it's the right person, and if it is, I hope they convict him and put him to death. The D. But other cases, there's no justice. Wow. Not even an attempt at justice. So yeah. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful we get to analyze a trial.
Yeah, and they're going to hopefully there will be cameras in the courtroom. And it's just not a whole audio thing.
I've been thinking about that all day, if they're going to do it or not. I don't know what their deciding factor is on that. I don't know what their motivating factor or their deciding factor is going to be.
I don't know. I'm a very impatient person.
No.
Very.
I don't believe that. I'm going to need Troll to confirm that.
Oh, Troll can confirm it. Very, very impatient. And it was literally like I thought it was going to take forever for June the 26th to get here. Now we got to wait till at least October. Wait, what a baby? You trying to be funny?
Oh no, she's being funny. She's not trying to do shit. I had to mute myself. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, very impatient, very hard-headed, very stubborn.
Loaded Hot, I agree 1,000%. It is a perfect example of the failed justice system. Children taking children's criminal statements in a parking lot with no adults present is a failure of the justice system.
I can't
There's no other way to look at it.
I can't believe the cops allowed that to happen.
No. And the release of the fire cam footage that was so clearly altered was another just,
For
I don't
sure.
know, the whole thing was a mind bender, and it was actually worse of a mind bender than this case, but this case is definitely more horrific.
Yeah. True.
This one bothers me more than that one did.
What bothers me about this one so bad is that the cops, whenever they didn't even have a suspect in the very beginning of it, had no idea who this person even was. They're coming out saying there's no threat to the community. Literally at a college with all these kids, whom a lot of them is just all girls in a house, or they may just be two girls in a house. Oh no, there's no threat.
I couldn't
Like,
agree more, because at the time, I don't think they knew enough to be able to say that.
no, like how do you say that? And then there's no threat, but we're going to put extra security on the campus.
I think what they were worried about was people being vigilantes and doing crazy shit. That's what I think.
Was it that, or was it that they were worried about that a lot of kids were going to transfer out to other colleges because they didn't feel safe?
That could have been too. And I'm sure they lost some of their students to that. Well, I'm not sure, but I guarantee it.
I think there was some of them that after they had went on that break or whatever, like right, I think
it never came back.
Yeah, after I think it was the Thanksgiving break there. I think there was a lot of kids that didn't come back, and they did give them the option to do like the online classes. But yeah, a lot of them probably transferred out to other colleges that was closer to where they live at, especially if they lived out of state. Because I mean, I wouldn't want my kid going there and something like that. Something like that happen, and they're, oh no, there's no threat. Oh no, and then they have to backtrack it and say, oh well, yeah, we can't say that there's not a threat when there really is. We don't know if it was a targeted attack. But our information tells us this, and it was constantly coming out with one thing and then backtracking and saying something else. That doesn't make people feel safe in your community. And if I lived in your community, I'd be like, what the hell are you trying to hide?
Well, here's one thing I do know from experience. Once they knew the time of the killings, they had a geofence hammered down around that house, and every cell phone that was in that geofence was immediately part of the investigation, like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Every cell phone, every device, every vehicle, every Sirius satellite, whatever, you name it. Every GM on link, anything that was in that circle during that time was where they started. And if it's really true that he's that dumb and he brought his phone with him, well, then they knew about him on day one.
Yeah, they brought his
They might
phone.
not have known it was him, but they knew of him or of his device on day one.
Brought his phone in his car. And this is supposed to be a criminal justice
PhD.
Yeah.
None of it makes any sense with that regard, because, I mean, that's where law enforcement starts these days, is with data. No one has to get in a car and drive across town for data.
Right.
That all gets done over the phone or through emails.
Yeah.
Or if they already have a back door established, they just log in and get it their own damn self.
Yeah, because a lot of these search warrants was just sent through an email. Like for the phone companies, and I want to say Walmart. Was Walmart sent? I think it was too.
Well, I guarantee you, Walmart's got to deal with the government. I mean, all these big retailers have deals with the government. Here's our passwords. Here's our back end. The government pays for part of their data storage, and they get access to the cameras.
Yep.
Sorry to all the people who think the government's here to help us. They're not. In my opinion.
I mean, and
really
David David had asked in chat exactly why did BK take a phone at all. That's what I had wondered, because
we all want to know that. It makes no sense.
It's not like he needed GPS to get there and back, because it was literally 9 miles down the road, and they claimed that he had been there 12 other times. So he didn't need the GPS. Only thing that I can think of that he would have needed a phone for is if he needed to call somebody. And who would he need to call at 3 o'clock in the morning? you know,
Him having the phone with him will never make sense to me. And if they find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and the evidence is strong, I'll want to write him a letter and say, "Why did you bring your fucking phone?" I'm glad you did. Thank you. Because we're all really looking forward to your execution. I hope it's on pay-per-view. But hey, brother, why did you bring your phone?
that is, other than the motive of why he did this, the shoe print, why, and I know this is probably crazy, and I know that law enforcement can tell lies, and it's part of, not in their investigation per se, but they don't have to tell the truth to the public, I guess I should say. But why did law enforcement keep backtracking on their stories, and why did he bring his phone? That would be some of the things I would want to know.
Oops, I crap my pants is guessing that I'm from around St. Cloud or Brainerd. That's a great guess. I've said about 300 times in here that I'm from Brainerd.
Oh, Lord. Now we've got White Widow Baby singing in the chat.
I'm calling her Wife Widow Baby from here on out. How you like that, Wife Widow Baby? You go make me a sandwich.
See,
I'm ducking.
Yes, Ava, he did study the cloud forensic. What was the course? It was, shit. It's something to do with that. The whole phone forensic, whatever it's called. I can't think of the name of the course now. But it seems like he would have known that phone was going to pick up on those cell towers.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And
100%.
Wi-Fi, just driving by a house and possibly hitting a Wi-Fi here and there. Like he had to have known that.
When I went to school in 2001, I graduated in 2001. We were already talking about forensic data and MAC addresses and IP addresses and skipping towers and interrupting towers, and they were in development for the in-between towers so they could intercept cell data, which is, they're doing over almost every city in the country in intermittent
And
times to catch criminals.
That was, you said 2001.
2001.
So 22 years ago, y'all were already talking about that. So just think of how advanced.
And it's come a long way. We're talking flip phone time. I mean,
right. Probably not even
flip phones.
Well, yeah, I would say flip phones were out during that time. So yeah, the advancement of the technology from then to now, and this dude studied this, and he brought a phone and committed 4 murders. Like it another thing in the case that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, there's a lot that doesn't make sense, but I can also see him being so confident in the rest of his shit to say, well, why would I bring my phone with me if I was going to do that? Look at who I am. Look how smart I am. Why would I do that?
Right.
That would be his defense of why he had his phone. So screw it, I'm going to take it anyway. And there's no way anybody's going to believe that me being who I am is going to bring my phone with me.
Yeah, because
he's that cocky.
They said that it cut off. Was it almost 3:00? They said it either cut off or went into airplane mode, and then after the time that they're saying that the murders happened, then it either was turned back on or the airplane mode was turned off, and it came back up. I mean, if you're innocent, that doesn't look very good.
Nope.
It doesn't make you look like you're innocent.
Nope.
Because you have no other way to prove that you were still at home, because they're claiming that they see you on surveillance cams and street cams leaving your apartment in WSU and all that during that time.
Every time I drive to town, you keep in mind I'm in the middle of nowhere. I mean, literally in the middle of nowhere. I am. Oh God. here's how the middle of nowhere I am. I am 27 miles from the nearest traffic light.
You're like I am, out in the
Yeah,
middle of
I'm
nowhere.
out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
They just installed a traffic camera on the highway that my bar is on, in the middle of nowhere.
We don't even have traffic cams where I'm at.
They're putting them everywhere in Minnesota, and they're literally from the Canadian border all the way to the southern border of Minnesota and west and east between North and South Dakota and Wisconsin. They're
Literally,
everywhere.
the closest, other than people's houses that have them, the closest camera that we have to our house would be the gas station that's 5 miles up the road. That literally would be that's pointing at a road or towards a road because it's covering like the parking lot. That's the closest one.
We had a bad meth problem here for a few years, like really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And most of these rural homes have cameras on their driveways.
Yeah.
And on their front and backyards. Most of them.
Yeah. I mean, there's the first 2 houses on our road have cameras. Like one is pointing one way on the road, the other one's pointing on the other way of the road, and then the other house has it like on all 4 corners of their house. So pretty much anybody, and there's only one way in and one way out on my road. So everybody that comes down this road is caught on multiple
video.
different, multiple. And there's a big sign on the one tree that has the cameras pointing at each way on the road that says 24 hours video.
Yeah.
So like no matter if you come down my road or not, you're going to be caught on camera.
Yeah, the big thing these days is the cameras that are out there is what I was talking about with having an external LED source.
Mm-hmm.
The little cameras with the LEDs around the outside, they don't see very far. I mean, they really, truly don't. If you get 30 feet out of it, that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you put up a panel that's 8 by 12, like the ones that I have, that it looks like daylight in my parking lot right now.
Yeah.
Literally. I mean, I can read a license plate. I can see anybody pulling in either side of my business.
And you would think though that Bryan's study and stuff like that would know not to bring the phone.
Well,
that's what I don't, or his own car.
Yeah, he might be too stupid to steal a car.
He could have ran. This dude. There's a thing where this guy that ran. They used to run together. And they said that during the summer, like whenever it's warm and stuff like that, they would run at night. Like this dude, he was a runner. He could have literally ran from Moscow
ran out of there.
Yeah, I mean, literally.
I don't know. Tonka seems convinced that he's being set up. I have a hard time believing that he's being set up. I truly do, and I mean, I respect everyone's opinion, and we're all allowed to have them.
Right.
I have a hard time with that one.
Can I say something?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm new here.
Oh well, welcome.
Thank you for accepting me. I'm foreign. I'm from Morocco.
Okay.
I have been listening to you last 4 or 3 weeks. All right.
Okay.
And I have been listening to this case, and I'm amazed about how you guys deal with this. You guys are civilian, right?
We're what?
Yeah, we're civilians.
You are civilians.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
And just talking about this case.
Yes. Yeah.
You are amazing. Anyway, this case is fucking amazes me, and the way you're talking about these guys is no way that he is a fucking psychopath. He is a fucking serial killer. He is a fucking out of his mind. He is out of what you think. You guys are innocent people. You guys are innocent. You guys are innocent like human being, like me.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy, he is a fucking psychopath.
Okay. Real quick, can you not drop the F-bombs?
I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I know YouTube is fucking. Anyway, anyway, fucking. Can I say this to you guys? Okay.
Oh, wait, we can't have music.
No.
No, can't have music. Sorry.
Yep, that's a strike waiting to happen.
Yes. Sorry.
Thanks
Can't
for
do
coming
that.
up.
Can't have no music. Can't be dropping the F bombs. None of that. So.
Whew. Well, how about those Yankees? Oh my goodness!
I just saw your message. I was ready.
I bet you were.
Yeah.
I didn't doubt it for a minute, but I was like, you know what? I might want to poke her in the right direction on this one. I'm just a little bit nervous.
Yeah, Nadal, I'm sorry. I can't bring. I see you sitting backstage. I can't bring you back up. I can't have the F bomb being dropped, and I can't have music on my channel.
Our little end of YouTube is heavily scrutinized.
Yes,
and they are very serious about the rules, and
yes,
they will demonetize her channel and strike her and do all kinds of crazy stuff to make this whole thing go away. So.
Yeah, and I built too good of a community here for that to happen. So.
But thank you for your opinions, and thank you for the compliment.
Yeah.
Because we do care, and yeah, we are civilians, and yeah, we do have normal lives and jobs, and we do this with our spare time, and some of us spend more than our spare time on it than we should.
Troll is literally sitting back here laughing.
Shut up, Troll! Back under your bridge, bitch. Oh my. Well, on that note, I'm gonna grab a Mountain Dew real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to edit that out. So anybody watching on the rewatch crew, if it don't sound right, it's because I'm editing that part out. So anyway, hey Miss Amir, how are you?
I will say this. He said he was from Morocco. That's someplace I've always wanted to visit.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, now that the world's falling apart, I won't ever get to see it, but it looks really cool.
What the hell? Y'all, I was looking out the window to see if it's a full moon, because there's... Oh my God. Miss Amir, I'm doing good, thank you.
Full moon? What you just said?
I was looking for the full moon. It's not. I was looking for it.
Wow.
I don't know what to say.
That one just completely just left field. I was standing under the ball, looking at it, and lost in the sun, and it hit me right in the frickin' nose.
That's why I pulled the wall up, which I usually do anyway if it's somebody that I don't know. But yeah, I can't.
I've seen 2 channels go down.
Yeah.
From open panel.
Yeah,
it's one of those things that it's great to be able to bring people up,
right?
But at the same time, you got to kind of know them from the chat first,
right? I mean, like with you and all the regulars, Vapor and Gregory and Brad, all y'all, like y'all been in here forever. So I bring you up. I ain't worried about a wall, but there's some people that will literally come up.
Oh, the video I've seen.
Will, if you ain't got a wall up, there's no telling what they will do as soon as they cut a camera on.
I've seen some horrifying video be transmitted in lives from people popping up on the Streamlab or StreamYard.
So anybody that I don't know, always throw the wall up. That way, only I can see it. Nobody else can.
That's not me saying that was his intention at all.
No,
I
no.
understood that he was extremely passionate, and I know
Right.
that in his country, crime like this,
Mhm.
it's met much more swiftly and much more harshly.
Right.
You know, if this kind of thing happened where he comes from, I'm sure he could share with us, you know, how different it is.
It would probably they probably see different things happen to suspects who do something like this
I'm sure.
than what we see.
I'm sure of it.
Yeah. Let's see. He had a Modelo in one hand, leg up over the armrest. And yeah, oops, something I don't want to see.
Right.
Hey G, how are you? I still don't know what to say.
I'm just, yeah, I'm pretty floored. I mean, it's like watching a tornado go across the lake, and it's not coming anywhere near you, and all of a sudden that son of a bitch takes a right turn and it's coming right at you.
and you kind of panic and you don't know what to do.
Yeah,
and
right.
You're like,
it's like I should be like leaving, right, or something.
Running. Yeah.
Shouldn't I be doing something about this?
Hey Jim J, how are you? So anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what we hear over the next few weeks. I think we're going to hear a lot of misinformation in this case.
Oh, the rumor mill is going to go crazy.
It's going to be bad. And depending on what we hear about this gag order, I hate the gag order, but I almost think they should leave it on.
Yeah, I think they are. I don't think this new judge, because he even told the media, he was like, y'all are hindering him from getting a fair trial. And it may not be verbatim how he said it, but that he said that the media could be hurting him or something like that from getting a fair trial, and like y'all need to tone it down. Sybil.
Oh my goodness. Pickleball. That's actually a thing up here now.
It seems like that's a thing everywhere.
They've actually opened up indoor pickleball courts here.
I don't even know what that is, but I've heard my aunt talking about it.
It's like a cross between tennis and ping pong and badminton. It's a really short net and a really small court.
Dang.
I'm not going to say that there's a weird ball because Sybil's getting excited. But there is, I don't know what the ball is made out of, but it's not like a ping pong ball and it's not like a tennis ball.
Just think, that's all it took for Sybil to come into chat.
I know, right? That's all it took. It's so like we threw up the bat signal. Two big giant nuts in the sky. Sybil!
Oh my God. I can't. Yeah, I've got tears right now.
Well, let's hear it for the balls. Without them, none of us would be here.
Oh my God. Yeah, I got to give me a second because I cannot see the chat.
You can't hate God's coconuts. The Riddler. Easy killer. Hey, it is one of the best AC/DC songs ever.
Yeah, wait a minute. Troll just told me. He just whispered. He was like, "That was my fault. I told you to drop the link." That is true. You did tell me.
He set your ass up. Troll. I bet when you guys come flying up to a yellow light, your Troll's like, punch it. Go, 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 go.
No, I do that.
Then you get pulled over. Then you get pulled over and he's like, why'd you do that?
I'm a very safe driver. I've never had a speeding ticket. I've had one wreck. It was bad, but it wasn't bad.
I drive whatever vehicle I'm driving with robust and as fast as it'll let me do it without breaking it or getting caught. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a lawnmower. Put it in top speed.
Oh my God, y'all.
Jesus. Hey, coconuts and limp pickles. Oh my goodness. What the chat went nuts.
It went totally left quick.
Wow. Talk about flying off a cliff.
Not only did Troll tell me to drop a link, he just caused the whole chat to just go. Oh my God.
Well, I guess Thelma and Louise just went off the cliff, huh? I don't know. I don't know what to say at this point. I don't want to be Thelma or Louise, but geez, I didn't know there were so many things to say about balls.
Have you been in my chat very much?
Not like this. Holy cow. Keep them things away from my chin, you freaks.
I know, Troll. He did. He asked for a link.
Good
Oh my
golly.
God.
Yeah, and Nadal, it's funny that the things that you can get away with on YouTube and the things that you can't.
Right.
I mean, and it really, there's certain things you just absolutely can't get
I
away
mean,
with.
if we would have been on some other platform that wouldn't have, wouldn't
like
have been,
Rumble or something.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But I mean, like I said, I have worked extremely hard on this channel and building it in the community that I have, and like I can't.
And let's face it, the reality is in this community, people look for reasons to report other channels.
Yes.
Whether it be in the chat or in the middle of the live, whatever it is, there's people out there that are probably sitting in here now just waiting to click the report button.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's the world we're living in. And on YouTube, this is crazy.
Yep. It's I don't know. I don't even know what to say because that is true. That's there.
Oh, it is. I've seen it, heard it, and heard people talk about doing it.
Yeah.
And I know there's people out there that were live tonight that were doing it.
Yeah, and that's ridiculous.
Some of these people just they have to see the numbers climb. That's all it's about to them is that sub count.
Yep. And I mean the sub count is awesome because when it climbs, that means I'm getting awesome people coming into chat and joining us and becoming family. And I don't want that to get taken away because of something that someone has said or whatever on a panel. And so.
And I think subs are earned over time. I don't sub to channel. I don't sub to a channel until I feel comfortable. I just don't. If it's where I'm going to interact.
Right.
I mean, it took me 2 weeks to sub to your channel. And
wow.
I was literally lurking in the background, just listening, going, God, I hope it's not another one of these like that other chick.
Well, thank you for your lurking support.
Well, hey,
like I said the other
somebody's got to
night.
open the curtains and peek inside for a while before they decide if they're going to climb through the window. I mean, it's.
I mean, like I said the other night, though, it shows 183 people right now watching. There's
you got 131 on the thumb.
And let me see how many people I have. I have 13 right now that are chatting in the chat. Now there's possibly more that's in the chat. It's not counting their chats right now or their comments. But the lurkers are awesome, even though they're not in here.
And a lot of them might not even be lurking. They could be watching on their TVs.
Yeah.
And you're not going to see them in the chat because you can't chat across the TV.
Right. And I mean, I wish we had, all of those lurkers. I wish they would come in and chat with us because it would be like it's already interesting, and the people who are in chat are awesome people and all that, But I wish other people if they were able to, to come in and chat with us. And
I won't talk about what channel it was, but there was another channel tonight that had like 14 people on panel. It was early this evening, and I sat and I listened for about, I don't know, I think I made it like 7 minutes before I was like, what am I doing? This hurts. I'd rather watch reruns of frickin' Barney Fife. It was horrible. They were just arguing and talking over each other. And it was just crazy. It made absolutely just chaos in my brain. I was just like, I gotta go. I can't do this.
Right. King Scarlet said you were not an easy subscriber. The King Scarlet seems like I had to earn that subscriber.
I'm not easy. No, I'm not. I've been scorned a couple times in this genre.
Right.
Where I've put a lot of work into other channels for people and had them, just be kind of shitty.
Yeah.
And I don't mind I don't mind helping people out. I mean, I enjoy it. If I have things that I know about from life experience that I can interject and it makes sense, that's what I want to talk about. And if I don't have it, then I jump down.
I mean, just look at the information that you've given us here.
Well, it's I had an interesting career. I mean, I did stuff that a lot of people don't do, and a lot of that applies to this genre of YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, this dude is literally sitting in the back chat.
Yeah.
Are you reading the private chat?
Yeah. No, it's not personal at all. Don't take it that way. It's not.
Answering back. James, how are you? Let's see. I've seen that guy before. Next, he would be drinking alcohol and dropping racist comments. His intention is to get you. Okay, so yeah, I don't do no racist comments either.
No, that set me off.
Yeah, I don't.
Pretty pissed off if that happened.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't do homophobic comments. I don't do none of that, because if that is someone's lifestyle, that is their business. If they're happy, I'm happy for them. I don't judge people
Live
like
your
that.
life.
Exactly. I don't. No, I'm not going to have that in my chat.
Yep. Live your life. That's not what this channel's about. This is a true crime channel. Please don't try to change the narrative.
Right. Because I'm not going to sit here and judge someone for their lifestyle. If that's
certainly ain't going to judge someone for their color.
No.
I'll tell you that now.
No. I'm not.
That's a lesson you either know or you don't. You get it or you don't. And I get it.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't. Thanks. I won't even put it with that in my chat.
Hell no, I don't put it up with them in life.
No.
I catch somebody dirty looking someone in my bar, I'll walk them outside. I don't care.
Well, that's just. Dang it! I got the pen top on my pen and I can't get it off.
Uh-oh.
I went and bought new pens today because I ran out. And this one's got a top instead of the little clicker thing at the top.
Oh yeah. I got pens. Okay. I got pens in the mail today with my logo on it, and the name of my business, and the phone number, and all this fancy stuff. And I was like, "Man, these are really nice." I wonder how much they want. I open up the envelope. They wanted $9 a pen. I was like, sorry. You realize you sent this to a bar, right? I lose like 30 pens a weekend.
I'm laughing with you.
I was like, no. I guess spend $300 on pens in a month. There's no way every month.
Okay, Scarlett, okay, Nadal, I'm not going to keep going back and forth with you in the private chat. I done told you I can't not have singing on my channel. I will get my channel taken. So no, I don't want you singing for me. Sorry. Not going to happen. I swear, one more comment. Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? Let's see, I'm here because you do it the way you do. Thank you, Tree Baby. Yeah, I'm just... I swear it's a full moon.
I don't know if it is or not, but it sure does. It's been weird all day, I will say that. Simple. Yeah, I think so. I think so.
I'm about to... One more comment. Can I block somebody on StreamYard?
I don't know.
Yes. Dan. From Studio. Then I guess you need to require all guests to authentic. Okay, so Existing guests will need to authenticate unless they refresh the page or you kick them. Okay.
Kick. Don't kick the baby.
All right. Okay, so all guests are now required to authenticate. I don't think you have to, though.
I'm not seeing anything on my side.
Okay. And it says something about you would only have to if you refresh
I already
your
have
page.
my ID out in my hand, so if you need me to like hold it up or something, just let me know.
See if they return. Okay. I think it says something about if you refresh your page or something like that. So then I went ahead and banned them from the chat. I'm not going to keep putting up with that when I'm sitting here saying no, no, no. White Widow Baby, it's just if they come up on panel, it said that they would have to authenticate. But I think it said something about I can cut that off at any time, so I'd have to figure out how to go into my settings on StreamYard and cut that off.
It's probably not that hard.
No. I was getting upset today, though, over the screen thing when I got the monitor and the little thingy majig that I can hook into the computer and make my second monitor work. I could not figure out how to get my mouse to go from, like, it was going on the wrong side of the wrong monitor. And I remember you telling me before
that
how
you
to
should
like
have
do
my
it.
number.
And yeah, I know. And I finally got it figured out, though. Finally. Sybil, he's not there no more. I booted him. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and edit that part out. That whole part of him on panel.
Yeah, that was pretty extreme. That's the first time I've ever been that shocked in your channel.
I mean,
I
especially
was
when
sitting with my mouth hanging open, going, I just kept waiting for you to do something, and I'm like, well, I can't do anything over here, so.
I mean, I told him not to drop the F-bombs, and then he was like, okay, I'm sorry, and then did it again.
Right away.
And then went straight into music. Like,
first word, actually. After you told him no. It's the first word.
Hold on 1 second. I need to mute for just a second.
Oh, Sybil.
Okay. And it's not like the dude didn't know the guidelines for YouTube because he has a YouTube channel. Troll looked him up.
Yeah, I looked too.
So, he knew what the hell he was doing before he ever came up. So, and Bryan, I did see where you said a few minutes ago that you are loyal. Yes, you are. I will give you that. You have been in here. Oh, God. Bryan's been in here. I don't know. How long, Bryan, have you been in here? Since like the beginning of Kylie's case, I believe. Yeah, White Widow Baby. He has videos, tons of videos on his channel. And, so he knew exactly what the hell he was doing.
Man, Sybil's on fire tonight. Woo!
I'll have reports in a few minutes.
I'll tell you what, somebody lit a fuse under Sybil. She heard balls came running, and she's been just going nonstop. White Widow, baby. I'm already on it. Let's not fight over who's going to...
Yeah, Bryan, you have been in here Bryan's actually the one who gave me my name, Scarlett. I forgot why he gave me that name.
Well, that's something you should remember. Bryan, you should be offended.
Bryan, why did you give me the name Sybil? I mean, Sybil, dear Lord.
Sybil.
Scarlett, why did you give me that name? I forgot now, but I remember when he first came in, he gave it to me. And it just kind of stuck, and I've been like, that's what everybody on YouTube knows me as. Gone with the Wind. Okay. I don't know if I've ever seen that movie.
Gone with the Wind? For real?
I have seen so many movies that a lot of times I will watch one and I don't pay attention to the title of it.
You
Oh,
don't
my
fix-
accent. Okay. I won't pay attention to the title. I'll just watch the movie. Now, I did watch a good movie the other night called Missing. It's got Nia Long in it. Girl played in
Oh yeah, Missing.
Boys. Yes,
Yeah, that's a great movie.
and it literally is exactly what goes on social media when someone is missing.
Yep.
And if y'all haven't seen it, y'all should see it. It's got Nia Long in it. Y'all know who she is. She played on Boys in the Hood and oh shit, what was the other one? Boys in it. She played on a lot of movies with Ice Cube. She played in Friday. She played on, I think, Are We There Yet? She plays in it. She ends up going missing. Her daughter is just turned 18 and is like smart as hell on a computer and goes to finding all of this stuff out and figures out what happened to her mom. But the social media part of her mom being missing is just like what happens in real life. And the TikToks and the Facebooks and the conspiracies and the lies and everything. Me and Troll was watching it the other night and he was like, damn, that is just how it really is.
I didn't know Nia Long was in the movie Uncle Buck.
Was she?
Yeah. I'm looking at her movie credits and it's holy cow, is it a long list. She's been on a lot of movies.
She plays in a lot with Ice Cube.
Yeah, back in the 80s and 90s, yeah.
Boys in the Hood, like I said, Friday. Are We There Yet?
Boys in the Hood, Friday, Love Jones Soul Food, Have Plenty, Blackjack, Never Too Big, Secrets Left, In Too Deep, Best Man, Stigmata. I didn't know she was in Stigmata. Big Mama's House.
She played in that?
Yeah. Big Mama's House 2, Premonition. Are we done yet?
Oh yes, Big Mama. Okay, I was thinking of something else.
Single Moms Club, Beaches.
She plays in a lot of good movies. So if y'all haven't seen the movie Missing, y'all should see it because it's literally like real life stuff that happens.
I wonder if that's on.
Like
did you watch it on Soap?
What did we watch that movie Missing on the other night? What was it on? Was it Netflix?
Yeah.
Troll said Netflix. Scarlett, do you have black hair? No.
No.
No. No black hair. But see, that's my problem though. I watch a lot of movies, but I just don't pay attention to the titles of them. Or if I do, years down the road, I would only remember watching it if I started watching it again. And then I'd be like, oh yeah, I've seen this before. Because we watch so many movies here.
Yeah, I watch a lot of movies too. Just back in the day when I was on an airplane every day, it was like commonplace to download a movie the night before for a flight to not be so freaking bored.
I think I used to have Tubi. I can't remember.
Well, I sent you the link for Soap, right?
I think you sent me 2 different links.
Yeah, I said make sure you go through Brave. Yeah,
yes.
Soap is great. I just finished the last season of Shameless on there.
Have I watched Shameless? No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, don't fall in that rabbit hole. Swear to God, don't. There's 11 seasons. We won't see you for like 2 weeks.
Oh wow.
it's one of those that once you're hooked, you're hooked.
We watch Power. Have you ever watched those?
No.
Those Power. It was like the first thing I think came out was like Power, and then it had like the whole series, and then it had like some spin-offs of it, of like Power Book 1, Power Book 2, of the different characters. Troll's been watching them since they first came out. Now he's got me hooked on it. And then what else do we watch?
You know, it's weird because you look for crime movies on there, and there aren't very many good ones.
True.
There really aren't, even on Netflix or.
Yeah.
It's a genre that really isn't fulfilled.
Right. And the only reason why I have Netflix is because we get it free with our cell phone service. Hey, Kelly Dom, how are you?
Well, they have to give it away now. There's nobody be on it.
Yeah. So that's the only reason why I have it. And then I have Amazon Prime that we watch some stuff on. And then what is that other one? HBO. I think is it HBO?
Yeah.
We have HBO thing, and then there's something else that we have. I don't remember what it is, but uh, we usually get stuck on a series, and then we binge watch it.
Yeah, that's my bad too. I'm not good about that.
Yeah,
I'm not good about that.
Obsessed for Disneyland. Have a good night. Yeah, it's there's been several, like the originals. That's that whole series. We binge watched it like 3 times. It's just one of those that you can watch it over and over, and it doesn't get old.
Oops says I watch it all on Cody. If you know that, good on you. Yeah, Cody's basically the same thing as Soap. There's a few websites out there like that. Don't worry, Just Don. Yellowstone's coming back for the second half.
I was like a split season right now.
Yeah, they split it, and I think they're starting to film here really soon.
I
And it
think
sounds like they're going to give him another season, but they gave him another spinoff too. So there'll be 3 spinoffs.
What's the other spinoff of it?
It's going to be 4-6's Ranch.
Okay.
The next one, because they got 1928, 1883, and
oh yeah, 1883 was really good. And
yeah,
then
1883 was good.
And then you had to have to watch it first to kind of understand the whole Yellowstone thing, and then into 1923, it kind of explains it a little bit more. And then I kind of got into, I think we watched 2 episodes of Yellowstone, and that's it.
Oh, you
yeah, I've never watched. And the only reason why we watched it was just to see really what it was about, because we watched 1883 and 1923. Oh, Breaking Bad was another one that we watched.
That's a rough one. That'll suck you in.
Yeah, we watched it. There's several different things. My thing is like Big Brother.
I used to love those in the beginning.
Oh,
back when you needed like DSL to stream when they had the live cameras in the house.
Oh,
they were charging like $10 so you could watch 24 hours a day.
But you got to have the 24-hour live streams, or you don't know what's going on.
Unless you have no clue.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they made sure that after like 2 years of having the live streams and people weren't signing up for it, they said, fine, we'll just make all kinds of shit happen in the off hours, and you won't know what's going on unless you pay.
Yeah, we also watched Sons of Anarchy and the Mayans.
Show too. Also,
I've watched Sons of Anarchy. I probably watched it like 6 times. The Mayans, though, they still have seasons coming out, and then we've watched all of the first 48, like from all the different.
Oh yeah, that's the only crime show that I really like. Yeah,
we've watched all of those. And used to, before I started YouTube, literally while Big Brother is on, the only thing that was on my TV was the live feeds. If you turned my live feeds off, I would get upset. I would. I had to keep up with everything to know, because that's when all the good stuff happens.
Right. Well, they ended Big Brother, didn't they?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I thought they did.
There's another season. It starts August 2nd.
Yeah, you're hooked if you know exactly what day it starts.
Yep. Starts August 2nd. It's supposed to run through November.
Are they going to have anybody interesting on it? Because it seems like it's been years since it was interesting people.
I don't know. They haven't dropped the cast yet.
Hey, Kelly Dime.
And then Survivor's another one that I like.
I like Survivor too.
Son, have a good night. Do what? Yeah, we've watched every season of Survivor.
I think I missed a couple. I missed a couple of those.
Betty Joe, Big Brother is awesome, isn't it?
You can't beat the first 3 seasons were awesome of Big Brother.
Yeah.
I mean, the first 3 seasons were really, really good.
Yeah. I mean, they had to go collect their
own
eggs.
It's kind of like the Real World. The first 5 seasons were the best 5 seasons. But
I
now
mean-
MTV has nothing to do with music anymore or TV shows. I don't know what it. I don't even know what. I don't even think I have MTV.
Yeah, I mean, like they had to collect their own food basically the
Right.
first few seasons. Now it's like you get whatever you want to eat, nonstop pantry, and
Alcohol every day.
yeah, unless you're on slop, and then
Well, they finally wised up and realized giving them alcohol meant more ratings.
yeah, because that's when all the good shit happens.
They're like, here, you can have 3 Coronas, and they're all like, what?
Yeah, Night Watch is another one that we watched. They have the Night Watch New Orleans, and the other one's New York City, I believe it is, where it's the ambulance drivers, police officers, and I believe the fire department, like their nighttime shifts or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good. It's like all, I guess it's reality based, I guess you could say.
Musical said I would enjoy the reality show Hunted. Where's that? What country? Because I have access to every channel in the world, so
I've never heard of that.
I've never heard of that either. But I'm interested. If it's reality TV and they're hunting somebody, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, anything reality, I like. Or
Well,
for the
scripted television has just lost
Yeah.
my interest completely.
boring.
I just can't anymore. It's also freaking politically motivated, and it's just everything seems to be
Mm-hmm.
based.
Loaded Hot. Yes, we have watched. I think we've watched all the seasons of Alone.
Alone's a good one.
Yeah, and then
There's some good YouTubers that have come out of that show.
yeah,
Some really good ones.
trying to think. There was some other one that we watched. Damn, I can't remember what it is now. Troll's the one that keeps up with them all, because all I know is that whenever they go off, like the off season, I don't think about them until the new season, and Troll's like, oh yeah, this is coming on in such and such date.
Bryan says, gosh, I am so old. Bryan, I'm old too. Don't feel bad. It's okay, buddy. We're just seasoned.
See, I'm sure almost everyone watched Don't F with Cats. I don't think I've seen that one. You've watched it? I was like, uh-huh. Oh, Grey's Anatomy was really good too. Yeah. Once Dr. Shepard died, yeah, I quit watching it. Naked and Afraid is a good one.
I was a big Fear Factor fan.
I never watched it.
I like the grossness of Fear Factor. Was kind of funny.
I can't watch stuff like that.
Oh, there were times when I had to turn it off. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I can't. Now stuff like medical stuff, where anything medical,
Yeah, that doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother me. But somebody that's eating something gross and then they just the sound of the gag, I can't do it.
I bet you couldn't make it 45 seconds through the bull semen episode.
No. I can't do it.
It's like one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
Nope.
Horrible.
Just the sound of it makes me sick.
Yeah, Grandpa Edition. Max, absolutely great show. Jackass Grandpa Edition.
Now I can watch Jackass and it doesn't bother me.
That doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me. But all that Fear Factor, yeah, I can't.
Oh no, Sybil, it wasn't about collecting the semen. I promise you that. I'm just gonna. That's all I'm saying about it. Google it. Just Google it, and don't blame me if you click, because it's awful. You can bring a puke bucket. It's
Yeah.
gross.
Jackass is really good. I didn't think I
love
would like
Jackass.
it. I didn't think I would like it.
I
Troll
just
got me
saw
to
a
watch
clip
it.
about Bam Margera's in trouble again.
He was like
Yeah.
missing for a while, and his brother is posted a bunch of stuff on Twitter about him. And who was the athlete from California that, I think it was an athlete. Somebody had offered to pay for him to go to rehab, and he allegedly he accepted it.
Well, he ran from the cops again, like in the last 2 weeks. Just on the 29th, the last month.
Oh, see,
He ran from
well,
the cops.
that might have been around the time. I can't remember who the person is though, but he's been in a lot of trouble. They were saying that he was back on drugs, and all that, and I forgot who it was that offered to send him. Oh, Lamar Odom is who it was. He offered to send Bam to rehab, and
Which is funny
allegedly
because
Bam,
Bam's got millions.
right?
Bam has millions.
Yeah, and he supposedly he accepted the offer. So I don't know if he did or not, or what.
I know Steve-O said something on his podcast about, I don't know, a couple months ago, but Bam and how bad Steve-O wanted him to get his shit together. Because even Steve-O's got his shit together. We're
Yeah,
definitely in the twilight zone. That guy's, I mean, he's
completely
sober.
different on the
Yeah.
last Jackass. Yeah,
Okay, well, he's sober,
yeah,
like 100% sober,
yep.
and
He's
all
doing.
about just making money and getting ready, trying to get to the point where he can retire, which I can't imagine he's not already there. He's probably
I
just
mean,
working to keep himself busy. But
didn't he get married?
married or serious?
Something like that. I remember
Something
seeing
like
it on the last Jackass that they had. Now Troll, he got to watch last night John Wick 4.
Oh,
Yeah, and The Covenant, which is a Guy Ritchie movie
mm-hmm.
that's got Jake Gyllenhaal in it. It's a military movie, and any military movie I love. I've probably watched every military movie there is. This one over here, I fall asleep while he's watching John Wick 4, and then I wake up and he's like, "Oh yeah, and I watched The Covenant last night too." And what? Huh?
Creed 3.
Oh, and he watched Creed 3.
Jesus Christ, Troll, get some sleep.
I mean, like, I wanted to watch John Wick 4.
Well, now you can watch it together, and he'll do his best not to tell you what's about to happen.
Oh, he's gonna tell me what happened.
I'm sure he will.
I already know what happened.
I would.
Yeah, I already know, but I still want to watch it because I watched every one of them, and you just can't go wrong with John Wick.
We got 150 people listening to us talk about TV. What's going on, guys? Let's see. What's the chat got to say?
I mean, it's either movies or food.
Movies, no food.
'Cause
No talking about food.
Usually, whenever we get done with everything that I have to talk about and we have extra time, we always usually get started on food.
I'm gonna leave food alone until Wednesday. Then I'm gonna let you people have it all weekend long. I got some good shit going on this weekend.
Well, I'm eating ice cream right now, so.
As the ladies from the church group dropped off, I donated pizzas for them last Sunday for their cleanup day.
Mhm.
And they came over and dropped off of those little Ziploc baggies, like the ones that look like you'd buy drugs in them,
Oh.
with Ritz crackers with Rolos in the middle and Reese's peanut butter cups and $100,000 bars and Nestle Crunches and like 30 different varieties with 2 Ritz crackers and a candy bar in the middle.
Oh, wow. Well, that was nice of them.
Yeah, there's some nice people up here. They're pretty cool. I've been munching on those tonight.
I love cheesecake. I like cheesecake too, but I like it with eggnog. Once I figured that out, it was like, yeah, I'm not using milk no more.
We sold 80 pieces of cheesecake last weekend. We had Fruity Pebbles, raspberry swirl, peanut butter cup with a brownie crust. What was the last one? I think it was Toffee Crunch or something. I have an Amish lady that makes us cheesecake.
Oh my Lord. I know that's got to be good.
Oh, it's ridiculous. She makes the cream cheese.
Mm.
I mean, I've never had homemade cream cheese until she made it, and it's like, I'll take a pound of that on the side.
I bet you that is good.
For my bagels.
Did you know the Amish people, like, they make everything homemade?
It's amazing.
Daisy eggnog cheesecake is awesome.
I've never heard of that, but I think it would be good.
Me and Joel one day, because we only get eggnog, around Christmas time, and we were talking. Well, I had thought of the idea, and he all of a sudden, I don't know if he read my mind or whatever, and popped up, was like, you know what would be good? Make cheesecake with eggnog. So you just use the same amount of eggnog as you would milk, and it is like super good, and
Makes
it's really creamy and good. Oh, God. You can't do
I
eggnog.
can't drink eggnog.
What is wrong with y'all?
Oh no.
Eggnog is good.
I'm with wife widow baby. Nope, can't do the nog. Tried. I can't even tell you how many times. Cannot do it. Or Tom and Jerry, if you've ever heard of that. Can't do that either.
I've never heard of that. I don't guess.
Oh, Tom and Jerry's. It's like a thicker version of eggnog.
Oh,
So
I bet
gross.
you that would be good.
So
Eggnog is good.
people love it. I mean, people really, really like it. But I can't do it.
Do you just not like the taste of it?
It's the texture, the consistency, just everything about it. I just don't like it at all.
Oh, then you wouldn't like the cheesecake because it has the taste like of a cheesecake, but it also has that eggnog taste to it too.
I might not like it.
Oh my God! At Christmas time here, y'all, eggnog out. Oh my God!
Sally Mae says key lime cheesecake. Yes, the Amish lady makes a key lime cheesecake, and it's to die for.
That is what my kids, instead of them always wanting like for their birthday, like a birthday cake, they always want those. Oh shit! I can't remember who they're made by. But you buy them like the key lime pies and
It's in
all
a
that.
white box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So instead of them getting a birthday cake, they always want either a key lime pie or like the Oreo pie that you can get.
Yeah.
That's what they always get.
The key lime pie in a white box is rock star good.
So good.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
The only thing they didn't get right with that pie is they didn't put enough whipped cream on top of it. Because the key lime in there is really kind of bitter sometimes. It needs the sweetness of the white stuff.
Yep. It is really good.
Coffee crumble cheesecake. Well, how
Edward
can that
pies.
go wrong?
Yes, Amethyst. Edward's pies. That is it. And then there's another one. They have Edwards here, but it's a female's name on it. Is it Sarah Lee? Is that it? That has the Marie Calendar. It's the key lime pie. Both of them are good though. Marie Calendar makes some good chicken dinners too.
Yeah, Marie Callender's isn't bad.
Yeah, their baked chicken dinners are really good. Is this all the ice cream? Shit. Hot pies are really good.
You ate all the ice cream?
No, I haven't ate it all yet, but just me and my son are the only two that eat this kind, so I didn't know if it was like the last of it.
Let's see here.
Order chat pizza. That would cost a lot of money to have pizza delivered out to everybody. Yeah, it's the mint chocolate chip. It's like, ew.
I got to show you this list of cheesecake. You're gonna die laughing. So this is the list of cheesecake that I have to choose from every other week when I order.
Okay, I'm about half blind.
It's plain strawberry, cherry, raspberry, blueberry, toffee caramel crunch, turtle, pecan pie, ripple pie, pumpkin pie, Snickers, chocolate raspberry, white chocolate raspberry, Oreo mini Oreos, Oreo peanut butter, chocolate Oreo, Cookie Monster, Fruity Pebbles, chocolate brownie peanut butter, pretzel peanut butter, key lime, lemon, s'mores, white chocolate almond amaretto, almond joy, red velvet, carrot cake, banana bread, coffee, chocolate chip cookie dough, bourbon bacon, French soak, salted caramel, Twix, Butterfinger, sour cream raisin, and cinnamon roll.
And that's the Amish ladies?
These are all the cheesecakes that she makes.
Oh my God.
And then she will do special requests and figure it out. You tell her what you want and she'll just figure it out.
I know it's got to be good coming from an Amish person.
Well, all you gotta do is think about the best carrot cake you ever had, and the middle is cheesecake, not
I
just
bet
cream
that would
cheese
be good.
frosting. It's amazing. It literally is. When I put that on Facebook, I have people Friday at 11 o'clock waiting at the door,
Oh wow.
and they will buy 10 slices at $8 a piece.
I mean, but it's worth it because it's all
It is.
homemade.
Oh, it's all
So,
homemade, and the pieces are just ridiculous. You can't. Two people can share one piece,
so it's
no problem, and be done.
so
and just be
rich
done.
and all that. Yeah.
When I get it, I have to buy milk
I can't drink milk.
because it's so rich that some people can't eat it without milk.
Hmm. I can't do milk. I don't have the issue with dairy products. I've never been a milk drinker. Unless I got cereal.
I like it when it's ice cold. If it's not ice cold, then I gotta put it over ice.
Yeah, I can drink
Can't
it
drink it.
just like when it's been in my cereal because it's sweet. But other than that, I can't. I don't like it. Melissa says she hasn't had carbs in 7 months.
Wow.
I drink it
Holy.
white ice. Oh, with ice. I don't know why I've seen. I'm white. What a baby. I'm starting to mix words up again. I'm gonna start seeing chicken and it be kitchen.
I know I'm starting to mix things up too. I'm about to hit it. Let's talk about food. I better go to bed before I find myself in the freezer cutting up cheesecake.
What is Coke milk?
Coke
I like
milk?
Coke
That's like
milk.
Pepsi. That's like Pepsi milk.
What the hell is Pepsi milk?
You never had that?
No,
Take a
I've
glass
never
of
heard
Pepsi-
of that.
Take a glass of Pepsi with ice and just
Uh-huh.
pour a little bit of milk into it. Never had that?
No, I've never heard of that.
Huh.
Wait, King Scarlet, are you the one that was pouring the coffee creamer in the Dr. Pepper?
Oh, lots of people do that.
I've never heard of that either. I think she's the one that did it and was telling us about it before. I've never heard of that either.
I have a friend that puts vanilla coffee creamer in Coke for her vanilla Coke.
I don't.
Tastes just like a vanilla. It tastes like a vanilla Coke it's like creamy.
I put coffee creamer, like the powder coffee creamer. I load that down in my like oatmeal. Because you know how you can buy like the oatmeal is supposed to be like peaches and cream, but there's not a whole lot of cream.
Yep.
So I just put a lot of creamer in it, and it's really good. Okay, so yeah,
The
she said it was
powdered
her.
creamer?
Powdered coffee creamer. Yeah, I put it because like I said, you get the oatmeal that's in boxes. Like the little individual packs is like peaches and cream and blueberry and cream.
You must add it when it's hot then.
No, I heat the water up and I load it down with creamer on top of my oatmeal, mix it all up real good, and then put my water in it.
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean. You gotta put hot water on it because that stuff
Yeah.
doesn't dissolve unless you have hot water.
Yeah, that's what I do. And because it doesn't have enough creamer in it. What? But I remember, so it is King Scarlet though. She's like, I'm all about my drinks.
My dad used to pour peanuts into a Dr. Pepper and drink it. I've never heard of that one.
My grandmother used to do that when I was little. She drank nothing but Diet Coke, and she would get the glass bottles that they used to come in, and she would drink it down enough that she would pour a pack of peanuts in it.
Really?
Yep.
I've never heard of that one.
Yep, she used to do that all the time.
Never heard of that one.
And it's not that bad.
Hey, when somebody tells me something weird like that, I'll try it at least once.
I mean, and you can do it with Coke, Dr. Pepper, whatever, but my grandma, all she drank was Diet Coke.
So, wife widow, baby. Yep, you hit that one on the head.
Pineapple cranberry juice over ice with carbonated water.
Yep.
Yeah, my tea's got water in it, so.
That's bomb diggity.
See,
That's
my
good
ex
stuff
did
right there.
that.
If you take that pineapple cranberry juice and put it in your soda stream and carbonate it, it's really good. Really, really, really good.
Just cranberry juice.
Cranberry juice is very good for your kidneys.
I know.
It'll keep you from getting kidney stones.
I know. But I still don't. I mean, I can drink it if it's mixed with certain things, but grapefruit juice,
like
I really
vodka.
I didn't say that. You did.
I did. I'm
Yeah.
over the bar. You know how much cranberry juice I go through?
I mean, I could drink it like that, but I'm not a big drinker though. I don't alcohol. I don't like the taste of it.
I don't really care for it either.
So it's yeah. I mean, I drink it like that, but I like grapefruit juice. Like the pink grapefruit juice is really good.
Yeah, that's not my jam. I don't even like grapefruits. I should.
Oh, I do. I do.
Yeah,
It's got to be the pink one, so.
Yeah, when I lived in Florida, I had a neighbor with a grapefruit tree. He's like, "Take all you want." I'm like, "You can fucking have them. I don't want any of them. Can I have some oranges?" No.
Troll said, "Give me a deer steak and some purple hull peas and rice with some corn and okra, or give me some gumbo and etouffee." I actually ate gumbo yesterday. Came out of a can. Wasn't as good, but.
Hey, I just went to my sausage maker last week and got our custom andouille for the summer.
What the hell is that?
I had him make me a custom andouille mix for sausage.
Oh.
So I've got a custom sausage for the summer now. That's coming from the meat guy in the next town over.
Oh, okay.
So when we do ribs, you get like a 6 or an 8-inch sausage with them.
Oh.
Nice spicy kind of something to wake you up a little bit before you eat the nice sweet ribs.
See, loaded hot nose was good for supper. Deer back
straps.
straps.
There you go.
That's like the best part of the deer.
Oh yeah, it is.
Like take it, cut out a V and the top of it, load it down with some cheese, put the V, the part that you cut out, pop that in the oven. Deer steak is just.
I just like backstrap right off the grill, just plain.
Backstrap is just good. No salt and pepper.
Yeah, just a little bit of salt and pepper, maybe a little bit of granulated garlic, and I'm ready to go. That's all I need.
Troll says I need a flan. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have backstrap, you gotta have Tony Sassoray. You gotta have some seasoned salt.
Oh, I want to taste the deer. I don't want to taste all that.
No, but you will taste it, but you got to have all the good seasonings on it.
Oh, see, you guys down in Louisiana, you just dump that freaking hot shit on everything.
Oh yeah. Anytime I cook any type of like deer meat or pork or anything like that, when it's in the bowl and I'm seasoning it, it's like covered in seasoning, but it's not that hot. It's just got a lot of seasoning on it. Deer from Kansas tastes so good.
Deer from Kansas does taste good. Deer from northern Minnesota is really good too if you don't get it from the swamps.
I mean, deer from anywhere, I would think.
Oh no, there are bad places to get deer from.
Is it really?
Oh yeah, yeah. You get them out of a muddy swamp, and it tastes like muddy swamp.
Well, yeah.
If they're eating soybeans or corn, then you've got great meat.
What? Yeah, we've had bear meat. We've had elk. We've had wild hogs. Pretty much anything that you can eat from Louisiana.
Yeah, I'm not throwing it away if I can eat it.
Right. I mean, we've had gator, frog legs.
The bear and the elk didn't come from here.
Well, yeah, the bear didn't come from here, and the elk didn't come from here, but we eat a lot of wild meat and a lot of stuff out of the garden.
Yeah, a lot of people, Amethyst. A lot of people can't eat venison. They just can't do it.
Yeah, some people don't like they don't like the texture of it. They don't like the taste of it. Elk is really good, Daisy.
The reality of it is, up here where I live, if we don't shoot deer, things will get really ecologically screwed up. And I can't ever get behind somebody shooting something and not putting it to use.
Yeah, if you're not going to eat it. But if you're not going to, give it to somebody who will.
Yep.
Like, there's always a family out there who could use the meat.
Like that bear that I shot that kept getting in my dumpster and tipping my dumpster over.
Mm-hmm.
It took me 10 minutes to find somebody to take that bear.
Right.
230 pounds of meat.
Yeah, there's
they were
always...
grateful. It got them through the whole winter.
Yeah, I mean, there's like nursing homes and stuff like that. Some of them may not take it, like deer and stuff like that, but some nursing homes will take it.
Yeah, there's a lot of places down here that will. Mm-hmm. A ton. Yeah, there's such a population up here that It costs millions of dollars in the state of Minnesota in insurance fees for wrecked vehicles.
Oh yeah, because they'll
There's
get
just too many.
overpopulated and run out in the middle of the road. And uh, Brian Troll said to tell you how back, and it can get pretty bad in certain places.
White Widow baby, it depends on what cut you're talking about. It's any wild game you want to cook thoroughly. You don't want to eat it rare. Whenever I cook bear, it's 15 hours in the smoker. And
Yeah, I don't
I try to
eat.
get the biggest pieces I can get to put in there.
I don't even eat beef rare. I want my shit done.
Yeah, Brad, you can donate it in Minnesota as well. You can donate the hides. You can donate the meat. You know, it's, and I don't know, and if you haven't had bear meat and you get a chance to try like a little bit of bear roast and it's cooked properly, you should try it because it's better than prime rib.
Yeah, I mean it's really good.
It's way better than prime rib.
Mm-hmm. Do you like your steak bloody?
Ugh.
I mean, I'm
okay with medium rare, but yeah, that rare thing.
I don't want my hamburger or my steak like you literally just went and got the cow out the field.
No.
And just brought it and threw it on a plate.
That's an agree to disagree one. I need it done just a little bit more.
Yeah, I have to have mine done.
Yes, Gigi, young bears are very tender.
But and there again, I stick to normal foods.
There again, it's when it comes to bear, it really depends on what they're eating. If they're eating berries or acorns, you know, there's a difference. If they're eating garbage, you're gonna taste it.
Well, it's the same thing with deer. It depends on, like, a lot of people around here feed corn.
Yep. And if you're feeding them corn, they're gonna taste good.
Right. And see, Troll likes all of that because he's Native American. So all of that different stuff like that, like all this off the land stuff, that's what he likes. Where I don't have an ounce of Native American in me, so.
Well, not currently.
Well.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. You threw me a softball. I had to swing for the fence.
It's all Irish and German here, so.
Oh, goodness. On that note, I'm getting slap happy. I better take my ass to bed. Thanks for letting me chat again.
You're welcome.
It was fun as always.
Thank you for coming up.
Wife, widow, baby, I'll see you tomorrow. Be good.
She just completely missed what you said. She's like, wait, what?
I don't know if she's heard it yet or not. She might just be hearing white. You guys have a great night. God bless y'all. And I hope you have wonderful days tomorrow.
All right.
And we'll see you tomorrow night, and we'll see what kind of shenanigans come out tomorrow in the news.
Oh, I'm
should
pretty
be
sure,
interesting.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of rumors probably going around. I figured there would probably be some more court documents coming out tomorrow too, maybe. She had to go back and
she got it. It fits just a little too well. You're my chat wife now. Stuck with me. All right, guys, be good.
All right, well, have a good night.
Care. You too. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. Yeah, I'm about to get out of here too, so I can finish eating my ice cream and go to bed. So sounds like you got to pull out that you. Well, Crime Crazy. I don't even think he's watching the chat. Are you in the chat? No, he's not even watching the chat. Have a good night, Big Al. All right, so I'm fixing to get out of here too, y'all. So thank you all for coming and hanging out with me and listening to the whole arraignment thing and all this craziness that's going to be going on with Bryan's case. I'm pretty sure, like I said, it'll be some more crazy rumors going around and people claiming facts and with no proof and all that. And yeah, what little baby we did. We needed a laugh. We haven't had one in a while. And it's always good to laugh, especially with cases like this. Scott, have a good night. Just on, have a good night as well. Yeah, this is just like, I don't know, the craziness with this stuff. All right, I'm fixing to get out of here. Make sure, if y'all don't mind, to hit the thumbs up on your way out if you haven't done so. Brian, you have a wonderful night. So I didn't see any. No, Sybil, you didn't. I'm sorry. So I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, morning, day, wherever you might be. And I will see y'all or talk to y'all tomorrow night.